Chapter 1267. Are you willing to give your heart to your brother? The green-robed man's tone was extremely gentle, but it had a bewitching charm. It echoed in one's mind, making one subconsciously trust him. You want me to give my heart to my brother? Yi Chen's eyes focused when he heard that. He then looked at the former as if he was moved. Can my heart really save my brother? Of course. The green-robed man smiled lightly. His gaze at Yi Chen became gentler. Your brother is the closest to your bloodline. Moreover, you're a grand cultivator. Not only can your heart extend your brother's life, but it can also strengthen his aptitude. At this point, his voice was filled with magnetism. When the time comes, you and your brother will be able to sweep through the ancient, desolate realm and suppress the ages. No one will be able to stop you. You're not lying to me, are you? Yi Chen's lips moved slightly. The desire in his eyes was getting more obvious. I'm not lying to you, because lying to you won't do me any good. Taking 10,000 steps back, that's your brother. Are you willing to see him die because of your coldness? Didn't you put in so much effort and cause such a commotion to see your parents and brother? If something happens to them, can you guarantee that you won't live in guilt for the rest of your life? The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yi Chen with a burning gaze. Tell me your choice now. If you're willing to save your brother, I'll naturally let you see your parents after this is done. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere gradually quietened down. Only Yi Chen's struggling face and choosing gaze were left. All right. A few seconds later, a seemingly decisive voice came from Yi Chen's mouth. He looked at the former fixedly. How can I give my heart to you? As soon as he said that, many people from the academy, standing in the distance, could not hide the joy in their eyes. Child, come here. Kuyunzi's expression was still as gentle as before. He waved his sleeve at Yi Chen with a smile. His words and actions were filled with great charm. All right, I'm coming. Yi Chen's expression was wooden, as if his soul had been taken away. He walked towards the former step by step. Child, the process of extracting the heart is next. Kuyunzi's expression was extremely serious. You have to listen to me because this concerns your brothers and your own lives. Nothing must go wrong. All right, I'll listen to you. Yi Chen nodded blankly. Hearing this, Kuyunzi's eyes flashed. Good child, now open your mind and let me leave a mark in the depths of your soul. Only then will you be able to keep your life. Yi Chen's mudball palace shook slightly as he completely relaxed. If other cultivators were to see this, they would definitely break out in cold sweat. Because the Naiwan Palace was the residence of a cultivator's soul core, and once it was easily invaded by an external force, the consequences would be unimaginable. Good boy! The space between Kuyunzi's brows twitched slightly. Subsequently, a wisp of his soul turned into a dark glow and was about to pierce into Yi Chen's mudball palace. Fellow Taoist Yi, don't! At that moment, a thunderous roar came from afar. In an instant, a ghostly light turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over. As the ghostly light dissipated, a black-robed young man was revealed. It was none other than Patriarch Yellow Spring. At that moment, the Patriarch of Hell's expression was extremely grim as he looked at Yi Chen, who seemed to be controlled. He could not help but shout, Fellow Yi, what are you waiting for? Wake up! Daddy, wake up! The little guy was anxious. However, Yi Chen did not move at all. You old dog, what method did you use to bewitch Fellow Yi to such a state? The Patriarch of Hell's expression changed abruptly. He stepped into the air toward Kuyunzi with killing intent. Today I'll send you to hell. Stop him. Kuyunzi's voice was like thunder. Kill. Suddenly, countless powerful auras surged in the world. Countless powerhouses of the Math Palace charged at the Patriarch of Hell fearlessly, including the remaining 4 deans of the Math Palace. Those who stand in my way will die. The Patriarch of Hell was furious. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he charged into the crowd without holding back. He tried to charge at Yi Chen. Kuyunzi did not hesitate anymore. He split a third of his soul and pierced it into Yi Chen's mudball palace in an extremely domineering manner. His originally gentle face was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by ferocity and ecstasy. As long as he controlled Yi Chen's mind, all the fortuitous encounters in Yi Chen's mind would belong to him, including his memories, abilities, and cultivation methods. However, at the next moment, as soon as 1/3 of his soul entered Yi Chen's mudball palace, Yi Chen's mudball palace was immediately sealed. Oh no! Kuyunzi's soul was shocked. He immediately fled in all directions, trying to rush out. At that moment, a golden shadow that looked like an ancient god soared into the sky and directly suppressed him in the chaotic sea of consciousness. Bleck! Almost at that moment, Kuyunzi spat a mouthful of blood. He then looked at Yi Chen in pain. Is it painful? Yi Chen opened his eyes slowly. His originally numb expression was no longer there. Instead, it was replaced by a cold and sinister expression. It's no wonder. I destroyed 1/3 of your soul. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. Why you? Kuyunzi was still in shock. Yi Chen looked at him quietly. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Are you curious why I was able to control you at the critical moment even though I wasn't bewitched by you? You tricked me. Kuyunzi's gaze was cold. So what if I tricked you? Yi Chen shook his head lightly as if he was mocking. You're too stupid. Do you really think I'll believe your one-sided words? Even if my brother really doesn't have a heart, I can still extend his life. Why would I need to use my own heart? At this point, he could not help but grin, revealing his white teeth. Old man, I'm afraid you still don't know that even in the medical technology of the mortal world, there's not only heart transplant surgery, but also head transplant surgery. Ha ha ha! At this moment, an earth-shattering laughter rang out. Fellow Yi, I knew you would be held hostage by this old dog. Then I'll have to cooperate with you, Yi Chen said while smiling. I'll kill all these hypocrites today. Netherworld destruction finger. The patriarch of Hell's aura skyrocketed. As terrifying energy surged, a dark light transformed into a giant finger that could hold up the sky, forcefully killing Adine. Awesome again. The patriarch was in high spirits, like an evil young man. At this moment, the 9 Eagle Phoenix and Xiao He joined forces and charged over. They seemed to want to join the battle and attack Kuyunzi. Yi Chen stopped the two of them and handed the little girl in his arms to the 9 Eagle Phoenix. He then looked at Kuyunzi with flickering eyes. They say that you're the law enforcer of heaven and earth. I'd like to experience it today. Chapter 1268. Kuyunzi stared at Yi Chen. I'll fulfill your wish. 5 cold words filled with endless killing intent came from the former's mouth. An invisible domain formed between the two of them, stirring up a monstrous storm. Boom! At that moment, the boulders that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms between the two of them, as well as some small stone mountains, exploded with a loud bang. The aura between the two of them distorted the void, forming a shocking destructive force that actually caused an incomparably terrifying crack to appear in the void. Especially the purple light that surged out from Kuyunzi's body. It almost caused the world to lose its color. Crackle! A shocking bolt of lightning streaked past the two of them. Do you dare to fight me in the sky? Kuyunzi roared, and then he directly stepped into the huge spatial rift, traversing thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Chen took a step forward like a meteor. He instantly charged into the spatial rift and followed closely. Rumble! At that moment, endless thunderstorms sounded in the sky above the entire ancient, desolate realm. The heavenly might was brilliant, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. This was a technique that belonged to Kuyunzi. At that moment, everyone in the ancient, desolate realm be it mortals or cultivators, seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads to look at the sky. At the end of their line of sight, a 5-colored ray of light shot into the sky and headed straight for the sky. The light was dazzling, causing the sun to lose its color. Behind that ray of light, there was a ray of golden light that was like the rising sun that followed closely behind, not falling behind at all. Immortals are fighting? At that moment, all the mortals who saw this scene were shocked, and such a thought flashed through their minds. In the great Xia dynasty, a golden-robed figure stood at the peak of the imperial city. He looked into the sky and muttered, "Ascend to the sky and fight. Emperor Yi, can you break this prison?" Behind him, countless experts of the great Xia dynasty stood respectfully. Most of their eyes were filled with confusion, and they did not know what this phenomenon meant. Only a few people's expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes were filled with shock and respect. North Sea Dragon subduing Hall. Hall Master Baiming was cultivating in a secret chamber in Kunlun when he suddenly sensed something. His silhouette flickered, and in the next instant he appeared 10,000 meters up in the sky, staring at the astonishing phenomenon. Several seconds later, his throat rolled. "Emperor Lord Yi, I respect you as a man. I wish you a triumphant return." In the far west of the ancient barren world, amidst the mountains stood a pure and holy palace. A barefooted old man was drinking to the sky. Whether or not this 10,000-year-old legend can be defeated will depend on you. He raised the wine pot in his hand as if he was offering a toast to someone. The old people have been silent and depressed for too long. Perhaps you are our hope, the great Qin dynasty. Qin Jian looked at the sky. "It's this person. He's the one who made the emperor go missing. Mad Southern Yi, can you avenge my emperor?" At that moment, all corners of the ancient barren world were filled with silent conversations. Someone challenged Kuyunzi again, another crazy one. After 10,000 years, apart from the Eastly sovereign lord who succeeded, which of the other imitators didn't die? Even in existence, like the Eastly sovereign lord was killed by the heavens, right? Challenging Kuyunzi is equivalent to challenging the immortal palace. Kuyunzi is just a dog raised by the immortal palace. Moreover, he's a watchdog full of benevolence and morality. Even if he's a dog, we're no match for him. These words seem to be filled with regret, admiration, and indifference. Yi Chen and Kuyunzi stood opposite each other in the sky. Endless terrifying gales swept past the two of them. Even a 9-revolution martial saint would be afraid of them, but they could only blow Yi Chen and Kuyunzi's clothes. "You look like Yi Dongli." Kuyunzi looked at Yi Chen quietly as if he was looking at a dead person. "You're too similar. Unfortunately, you're not him after all, and you're not my match. You talk too much nonsense." Yi Chen scoffed coldly. He gathered all the true origin energy in his body to the limit. Like lightning, he threw a punch at the former first. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, it was as if the world was collapsing. His body was like an eagle soaring into the sky, and like a bolt of lightning, he appeared in front of Kuyunzi in the blink of an eye. Boom! His right fist shattered the void and blasted towards Kuyunzi's chest, as if he wanted to kill him with a single punch. Throughout the entire process, Kuyunzi's expression remained calm. His body did not even move, like a pine tree that had taken root in the dark. Whoosh! As his sleeves fluttered, a violent gust of wind blew in the air. Then he spread his arms and pinched his fingers into a seal, lightly pressing it against the incoming fist. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated from the intense collision of their attacks. It was like the hardest metal in the world colliding, almost shattering one's eardrums. The first head-on clash between the two of them was actually neck and neck. Yi Chen paused. A ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes when he looked at Kuyunzi again. "You're a cultivator?" He thought that in the ancient desolate realm he was either an ancient martial artist or a spell master. However, the chancellor of Jisha Academy could actually use a spell that only cultivators could. If he was not a cultivator, what was he? Didn't that mean that other than Kuyunzi, there were other cultivators in the ancient desolate realm, or even inheritances of cultivators? Aren't you the same? Kuyunzi looked at him calmly and said, "From the moment you appeared in the northern region, I knew of your existence. I've been paying attention to you until now, and I've already verified my guess. So what if you're a cultivator too?" Yi Qin squinted and said while grinning coldly, "I've killed many cultivators, and you're no exception." At the next moment, his left hand was like a rainbow as it swept forward. His left hand was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, causing the sky to roar and the void to tremble. "Go." Kuyunzi stood in the air and waved his sleeve. Boom! His sleeve was like a giant blower, stirring up an extremely violent wind that surged towards Yi Qin. It was like a dam that had burst, and it was unstoppable. Buzz! At that moment, the void trembled, and then a huge crack that was 300 meters long appeared. It was like a shocking ravine that had been slashed by a sword, and it contained a terrifying storm. A sleeve slashed through the air. If an outsider were to witness such a scene, they would surely be shocked speechless and would regard Kuyunzi as a true god. Break! Yi Chen's punch swept across the sky like a supreme emperor descending upon this world. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, and his domineering aura shook the world. He looked down on everything. His white hair danced wildly, and each strand of his hair was enough to cut through the void. This was an incomparable aura. In an instant, his entire body was like a comet hitting Earth. His body flew 3,000 meters horizontally, and his fist pierced through the void, causing a vacuum to appear in the void. Rumble! With a loud bang, Kuyunzi's spell was broken. Under the terrifying might, he could not help but retreat 30 meters. Yi Qin stepped into the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning. At this point, if you continue to hide your abilities, you'll definitely die in my hands in less than half a minute. Supreme Heaven Sword. Kuyunzi opened his mouth, and a small green sword shot out from his mouth like a dragon. Then it expanded in the wind, and the sword gleam was dazzling. Buzz! The green flying sword slashed at Yi Qin mercilessly. It set off a sword gleam that was 30 meters tall. It was like a white rainbow piercing through the moon as it tore through the sky and charged at Yi Qin. It was Kuyunzi's trump card. It was also a primordial spirit treasure of a beginner stage god transformation, Cultivator. He had never shown it to anyone for thousands of years. To him, how could the cultivation inheritance that Yi Chen had learned compare to his? He had never refined his own primordial spirit treasure. Therefore, he wanted to take him by surprise and kill him with a single strike. Clang, however, to his shock, after his supreme heaven sword slashed Yi Chen. It did not cause any damage to Yi Chen's body apart from a burst of sparks. Body refining technique? Kuyunzi's pupils constricted violently. There was shock in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chen again. "You cultivate both immortal and martial arts?" "It's too late for you to know." Yi Chen took a step forward and pointed his finger like a sword. With a swoosh, the sword gleam surged and swept 1,000 meters away as it slashed at Kuyunzi. "P.S. I'm a guest at a relative's house, so it's inconvenient for me to write. I can only update 2 chapters today. I'll write 5 chapters tomorrow." Chapter 1269. Beneath the Darkness, Jixia Academy. This was known as the #1 holy land in the ancient, desolate realm. At this moment, the ground was filled with ruins and blood flowed like a river. It could be said that not a single piece of stone was intact, and there was only endless fear. Countless powerhouses of the academy were killed, and only the disciples survived. However, at this moment, every survivor's face was filled with fear. I wonder how fellow Yi is. The Patriarch of Hell was covered in blood energy. His face was slightly pale as he looked at the void. There was a shocking explosion there. Beside him stood Xiao He and the 9 Eagle Phoenix. The The latter was holding the little girl Meng Meng in her arms. The three of them were watching the battle in the darkness, nervously. The nine-eagle phoenix looked at the Patriarch of Hell fearfully and hesitated to speak. "Do you think Master will—" He had vaguely understood many taboos that few people knew about the Academy's leader, Kuyunzi. Back then, the Eastly Imperial Lord had single-handedly swept through the ancient, desolate realm. He had also died, and his death was vaguely related to Kuyunzi. This was also the reason why he had always been afraid of Jisha Academy and was even unwilling to provoke them. "Shut up!" Xiao He glared at him. The nine-eagle phoenix smiled bitterly and did not dare to speak any more. It only felt that its life was too sad. Not only did it become someone else's mount, but even the little dragon did not take it seriously. "I believe in fellow Yi." The Patriarch of Hell took a deep breath in, and then his eyes flickered as he said, "What we can do now is to find fellow Ye's parents." With that, he spread out his divine consciousness, and with a flash he teleported towards the back mountain of Jisha Academy. The tremors in the darkness became more and more intense, as if the sky could collapse at any time. Not only were the Patriarch of Hell and the other two paying attention, but everyone in the entire ancient, desolate realm was paying attention to the earth-shattering battle in the darkness. The void above the darkness trembled. Bleck! As a fist shadow that was like a golden hammer landed on Kuyunzi's chest, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. At that moment, Kuyunzi was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer looked like the modest gentleman from before. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood in the air before him. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked peerless. He stood alone in the air as if he had cut off heaven and earth. The killing intent on his body was getting stronger. "Fellow Yi, do you really want to fight me to the death?" Kuyunzi glared at the former and said in an extremely cold voice, "If you stop now, I can hand over your parents to you and promise that I won't make an enemy out of you again." If the other cultivators in the ancient barren world were to hear this, they would be shocked speechless. After all, the head of the academic palace, Kuyunzi, had long been recognized as the #1 cultivator in the ancient barren world after the Dongli Emperor Lord. He alone had suppressed an entire era. But now he actually said such words that sounded like he was surrendering. "Stop here." Yi Chen's expression was expressionless. His gaze was extremely sharp. "If you hand over my wife, I might consider sparing your life." "Your wife?" Kuyunzi was stunned at first. Then he seemed to have thought of something. "You're talking about the woman surnamed Su on the ghost ship, right?" At this point, he laughed out loud and said, "Not to mention that she's not in my hands. Even if she's in my hands, I won't hand her over to you." Wang. Yi Chen's eyes focused. He suddenly unleashed a monstrous killing intent and squeezed the void. "Yu Han is in the hands of the force behind you." "So what if she is?" Kuyunzi said, as if he had something to rely on, "Fellow Yi, I believe you know some of the secrets of the ancient barren world. The people of the world only know that the great Yin imperial dynasty and my Jisha Academy are the giants of the ancient barren world. They are like gods, but they don't know that the existences above us are the true gods and immortals." His eyes revealed incomparable reverence. "I call it the Immortal Palace. They cultivate the path of immortals, the art of longevity." "Immortal Palace?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "That's right." Kuyunzi smiled proudly and nodded. "I was a good friend of Yi Dongli in my early years. Due to a chance encounter, I came into contact with an important figure from the Immortal Palace and was valued by him. He wanted to take us in as his disciples. At that time, I immediately became a disciple of that important figure and obtained the inheritance of divinity and Tao methods." At this point, he changed the topic and sneered. "However, Yi Dongli refused without knowing what's good for him. Do you think everyone is willing to be a lackey, and a lackey like you?" A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. "So what?" Kuyunzi was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, As the saying goes, it's better to be a dog in peace than a person in chaos. We cultivate for longevity. If we can't live forever, so what if we're glorious? In the end, we'll turn into dust. How many people will remember you in the blink of an eye? Later on, Yi Dongli chose to become enemies with the immortal palace for a group of ants. In the end, he suffered the fate he deserved. His laughter echoed in the starry sky. The facts prove that my choice was not wrong. Yi Qin said, however, you didn't ascend to immortality and live forever as you imagined. Longevity? Kuyunzi snorted coldly. How can there be eternal longevity in this world? As long as I can live one more day, I'll be stronger than anyone else. As soon as he said that, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Yi Chan with a cold smile. Your wife's appearance gave me an opportunity to take another step forward. After I handed her to the important figure of the immortal palace, I actually received a shocking reward. You deserve to die 1,000 times. A fierce gleam surged in Yi Chen's eyes. He was about to attack again. Wait. However, Kuyunzi stopped him and said, Fellow Yi, you're also a cultivator. You're different from ants, like Yi Dongli. Naturally, you know that we're going against the heavens. If you're willing, I can introduce you to that important figure from the immortal palace. Perhaps you can take another step forward on the path of cultivation. His words were extremely bewitching. When the time comes, won't all the women in the ancient, desolate realm be yours? Why do you have to become enemies with the immortal palace for a woman? Buzz. At that moment, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped to the extreme, as if an ancient glacier was about to freeze the world. You're wrong. Yi Chen's voice was so cold that there was no warmth at all. The murderous intent in his eyes swept out. To me, Yuhan is more important than anything in the world. If you touch my woman, I'll kill you. The woman from the immortal palace behind you has designs on me, so I'll destroy the immortal palace behind you with my sword. Old man, you'll definitely die today. Yi Qin roared, shaking heaven and earth. The roar dispersed the wind like seawater pouring into the 9 heavens, shaking the ancient, desolate realm. Then it turned into a soaring, killing intent. Die. His white hair danced wildly, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. Killing intent swept in all directions as he directly attacked Kuyunzi. Be *starred. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kuyunzi was also enraged, and his expression became extremely sinister. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Like evil nanny dad in the city. Please collect. Evil nanny dad in the city. Qingdo updates the fastest. Chapter 1270. As his voice fell, a hint of determination flashed through his eyes. Then he waved his sleeve, and the space beside him suddenly distorted violently. Boom! In the huge spatial rift, a dazzling pillar of light pierced through his hand and headed straight for the ground. At the same time, Jixia Academy suddenly shook violently. In an instant, the world was turned upside down and the mountains were shaking. The Patriarch of Hell, who was about to reach the back mountain of the academy, stopped in his tracks. Then he looked at Jixia Academy, which was like an earth dragon turning over in shock. A figure that seemed like a god could be faintly seen shooting out explosively from the depths of the ground, and then it rose into the sky and entered the sky. That's... The Patriarch of Hell's expression changed drastically. That was because the figure that appeared from underground gave him a sense of incomparable danger. This was the first time he had felt such a feeling since he stepped into the early stage, soul formation stage. Following the appearance of that figure, countless terrifying auras and gasps erupted in the silent and mysterious secret realms of the entire ancient, desolate realm. That figure was simply too dazzling, too familiar. The Great Xia Empire, the Emperor of the Great Xia Empire, Emperor Hua, took a step forward and went straight into the clouds. He looked at the godlike figure in shock. Tidets, that's the Eastly Imperial Lord. His entire body suddenly froze, An extreme shock surged in his eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? North Sea Dragon, subduing Hall. Kunlun, the master of the North Sea Hall, stared at the figure. It's the Eastly Imperial Lord. It's the Eastly Imperial Lord! His body trembled uncontrollably. But didn't the Eastly Sovereign Lord die 10,000 years ago due to the punishment of the heavens? In the Radiant Palace in the far west, the Radiant Patriarch knelt heavily, his old face filled with excitement. Eastly Imperial Lord, why you're not dead! In an instant, the entire ancient, desolate realm was shaken. Countless figures with powerful auras soared into the clouds, trying to track down that figure. In the darkness, Yi Chen stared solemnly at the spatial rift that was shaking violently. There was a terrifying aura approaching from afar. Rumble! Following that, a blurry figure slowly rushed out from the crack. It was a man in clothes that were whiter than snow. His appearance was handsome like a demon, and it was sufficient to make any woman in the world feel jealous. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he was a peerless beauty. His black hair seemed to roll up the black curtain of the Milky Way, and his eyes were like divine lights that pierced through the void. As this person appeared, the seriousness in Yi Chen's eyes intensified. Very strong. The white-robed man gave him a very strong feeling, even though he had only released a trace of his aura. But he did not know why. At that moment, he felt that the other party gave him a sense of familiarity, as if they had met before. It was a kind of intimacy that came from the bloodline. Ku Yunzi glanced at the man in white and then looked at Yi Chen strangely. Do you know who this is? Yi Chen enunciated word for word. Yi, east, leave. At the same time, a dozen powerful auras swept over from the ground and landed 3,000 meters away from Yi Chen. Among them were the great Xia Emperor, Emperor Hua, the North Sea Hall Master, Kunlun, the Radiant Patriarch, and the one-armed old monk on the lotus platform. All of their gazes landed on the man in white. It's really the Eastly Imperial Lord. The great Xia Emperor, Emperor Hua, cried tears of joy. Although it had been 10,000 years, he could not forget this person who had once ruled the primordial era even after going through all reincarnations. It was a memory that was engraved in his bones. Greetings, Eastly Imperial Lord. The North Sea Hall Master was the first to kneel on one knee to the man in white. His eyes were brimming with tears as he said, I never thought that I would be able to see you in my lifetime. Plop, plop, plop. At that moment, the dozen or so emperors throne stage cultivators who had rushed over knelt respectfully to the man in white. Greetings, Eastly Imperial Lord! Their voices were like thunder shaking the sky. However, the man in white acted as if he did not see this. His expression was wooden, and he did not move. A great demon at the scene cried bitterly, Eastly Imperial Lord, I'm the little snake that you enlightened back then. Don't you remember me? Something doesn't seem right with the Eastly Imperial Lord. The Radiant's Patriarch's eyes flickered as he sensed something amiss. You're right. Ku Yunzi looked at Yi Chen quietly and ignored the others. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Then he said with a faint smile, Everyone thought that Yi Dongli killed his way into the immortal palace and was killed by the heavens. In reality, that's not the case. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Yi Dongli was suppressed by the great figures of the immortal palace back then. His soul was imprisoned, and then he used a heaven-defying method to refine him into a puppet. Then he was suppressed in Jixia Academy for 10,000 years. As soon as these words were spoken, the great Xia Emperor and the other dozen or so emperors throne stage cultivators were shocked. It was as if they had heard some shocking secret. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The Radiance Patriarch roared furiously, Ku Yunzi, does this mean that you've been lying to us for 10,000 years? Ku Yunzi, you dog of the immortal palace. The North Sea Hall Master's hatred was overflowing. You actually joined forces with the immortal palace to do such a thing to the Eastly Imperial Lord. Kill him and avenge the Eastly Imperial Lord. The great demon who spoke earlier erupted with a terrifying, ferocious aura, and then he charged at Kuyunzi. However, before he could get close to Kuyunzi, he saw the white-clothed man move. The latter gently reached out and grabbed the demon in his hand. Bang! Scarlet blood mist erupted in the air. A great demon comparable to an emperor's throne died miserably on the spot. Everyone was instantly horrified. Kuyunzi looked at Yi Chen as if he was mocking. I'll give you one more chance. Submit to me. Submit to the immortal palace, and I'll spare your life today. Fight! Yi Chen took a step forward, his battle intent soaring. Stubborn. Kuyunzi could not help but snort coldly when he saw this. He gently clenched his fist at Yi Dongli, and an extremely strange grayish-white energy immediately surged into the latter's body. Yi Dongli's body trembled slightly. Then his eyes that seemed to want to tear through the void looked at Yi Chen. Cold, violent, bloodthirsty. Subsequently he moved. He raised his right hand that was as white as jade and formed a palm seal that whistled at Yi Chen. Rumble. It seemed like an extremely casual attack, but it erupted with great fear that shook all directions. Heaven and earth trembled because of it, and the void trembled because of it. Pooh! 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 3,000 meters away, the great Xia Emperor and the other dozen or so people were affected by the aura that spread out, and then they urged their bodies to retreat frantically. As expected of a terrifying existence that once suppressed the primordial era. Someone spat blood, incomparably shocked. Boom! Yi Dongli's palm was like a mountain as it charged at Yi Chen. Everyone who liked Evil Nanny Dad in the city, please bookmark. Evil Nanny Dad in the city. Qingdou updated the fastest. Chapter 1271. Very powerful. He was on par with mid-stage god, transformation stage. At that moment, Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he mumbled, Are you really the ancestor of my Yi family? Otherwise, why do I feel so close to you? At the next moment, his eyes were covered in endless coldness. So what if you're the ancestor of my Yi family? If you stop me, I'll kill you too. Boom! Yi Chen threw a punch that crushed the void. It landed on Yi Dongli's terrifying palm. The sound of the fist shook and resounded through the starry sky. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to crack. Yi Dongli's clothes fluttered, but he remained as still as a mountain. This time he stretched out his right arm, and the vital energy and blood in his body surged. A punch pierced through the void, displaying a supreme fist technique. Is that the Eastly Imperial Lord's sky-severing divine fist? Someone at the scene said in a horrifying manner. Great! Yi Chen did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward and waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was extremely ferocious. The blood vessels on his arms were like surging volcanoes. At that moment, both of them chose the purest physical collision. Although it was pure, it was extremely violent. Bang! When the fists collided, the void collapsed, and even the area within a radius of 3,000 meters was on the verge of shattering. The frightening pressure from their attacks swept out in all directions like a tidal wave, causing everyone to be sent flying. Thud, 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 Yi Dongli retreated over 30 meters. Thud, thud, Yi Chen also retreated 30 meters. Clearly, Yi Chen had the upper hand in the physical collision earlier. How is this possible? The powerhouses who retreated into the distance immediately cried out in shock. He can actually defeat the Eastly Imperial Lord. Looks like we underestimated him before. The great Xia Emperor forced a smile. He looked at Yi Chen with a complicated gaze again. This brat is truly a monster to be able to fight the Eastly Imperial Lord to such an extent. Master Bei, Yun's expression was grim. He did not say a word. To him, regardless of whether the Eastly Imperial Lord won or Yi Chen won, the outcome was something he did not want to see. This brat must die. Kuyunzi's pupils constricted violently. Endless killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Yi Qin. He was well aware of Yi Dongli's abilities. However, Yi Chen was able to defeat him. It could be seen that Yi Chen's talent was more terrifying than the former. If this kind of person was allowed to continue growing, in the future, he would definitely be a threat to the immortal palace. Uft! There was a trace of golden blood at the corner of Yi Dongli's mouth. His arm that was hanging down trembled slightly. Shockingly, the web between his thumb and forefinger had been torn, and dark red blood appeared. Roar! He let out a long howl, as if the most primitive ferocity in his heart had been stimulated. Subsequently, a destructive divine gleam erupted from his palm. Peerless saber gleams slashed at Yi Chen's head one after another. At this moment, the king who had dominated the ancient barren world for an era finally unleashed his true power. It was incomparable, as if it could destroy all enemies in the world. Kill! Yi Chen let out a long howl. His surging true origin energy was like a raging river. At the same time, his powerful body was activated to its limit. He threw a punch, and his body moved along with the punch as he charged at Yi Dongli. Rumble! The two of them exchanged blows again. As loud noises rang out, they collided violently with each other. Everyone in the distance looked at this scene in shock. After an unknown period of time, when the two of them separated, they saw that Yi Dongli's body was covered in golden blood. Clearly he was injured. On the other hand, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yi Chen's lips. His face was slightly pale, and there was a hint of weakness in his true origin energy from his dantian. It had to be said that Yi Dongli was really too powerful. All sorts of divinities and Tao techniques emerged endlessly. Even in the cultivation world, where geniuses were everywhere, he was in existence that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Moreover, he suppressed Yi Qin with the purity of his true origin energy as a mid-stage god transformation stage. If this continued, Yi Chen's true origin energy would only be exhausted first. At that moment, Yi Dongli stretched his hand into the air. Boom! As the wind and clouds changed color, a golden halberd tore through the air. The halberd trembled, releasing a terrifying pressure. It's the demonic halberd of Apocalypse. The moment they saw the halberd, someone in the crowd could not help but gasp. It's the weapon of the Eastly Imperial Lord, the demon-slaying halberd. Oh my God, the demon-slaying halberd is still in this world. Back then, he had drunk the blood of countless enemies in the hands of the Eastly Imperial Lord. Emperor Yi is in danger now. In an instant, waves of exclamations erupted from the crowd. However, most of them were worried for Yi Qin. Kill! Yi Dongli's eyes were cold. He held the golden halberd in his hand and sliced through the sky. Countless divine gleams shot out as he charged at Yi Qin directly. 5-element heavy peak. With a thought from Yi Qin, a small mountain peak that glowed with 5-colored divine light appeared on his right hand as the void trembled. Immediately, the mountain soared into the sky and hovered above Yi Chen's head. It was as if it had streaked across the ancient times and arrived after destroying time and space. It was incomparably magnificent, making people want to kneel on the ground uncontrollably. At that moment, Yi Chen seemed to be carrying the sky on his back. Violent power wreaked havoc in all directions with him as the center. Break! Yi Qin threw with one hand. It was as if he was pushing a mountain. He crushed the void and pressed down on Yi Dongli. Rumble! The battle between the two of them using their magic treasures directly caused the weather to change. Boundless, loud noises and energy attacked in all directions. Crack! The demon-slaying halberd shattered. Yi Dongli's chest caved in, and his swollen body shriveled up. No one knew if he was dead or alive. He fell from the sky, and the sound of bones shattering came from his body. Many parts of his body were deformed. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Chen coughed up blood continuously. He seemed to be injured. The Eastly Imperial Lord lost? At that moment, the void was dead silent. Everyone's souls were shaken, as if they could not accept it. Boom! At that moment, Kuyunzi, who was at the side, formed a seal and activated his divinity. He suddenly charged at Yi Chen. Yi, go to hell! Kuyunzi's expression was extremely ferocious. The technique that he had hidden for countless years was broken by Yi Chen. How could he not be furious? Apart from being furious, he was more terrified. Even though Yi Dongli was not at his peak, he was still not weaker than him. However, he was defeated by Yi Chen. He attacked very quickly, as fast as lightning. Even Yi Chen could not react in time. You old dog that stabbed me from behind! At that moment, a terrifying ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, directly meeting Kuyunzi's divinity. It was the Patriarch of Hell. Rumble! Following the earth-shattering explosion, the Patriarch of Hell was sent flying. One of his arms was severed on the spot, and blood flowed everywhere. On Kuyunzi's chest, there was also a bloody hole the size of a thumb that pierced through his body. Blood flowed nonstop. Like Evil Nanny Dad in the City, please collect. Evil Nanny Dad in the City, Qingdo updates the fastest. Chapter 1272. Patriarch. Yi Chen roared. He looked at the Patriarch of Hell, who was being helped up by Xiaohei in the distance. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Cough, cough, cough! The Patriarch of Hell coughed violently, his face terrifyingly pale. Don't worry, I won't die yet. This old dog who ambushed me from behind won't be any better. Although that was what he said, Yi Chen realized that his face was getting paler. However, Yi Chen noticed that his face was getting paler. Clearly, he had suffered a serious injury after taking that attack for Yi Chen. You're courting death. At that moment, a furious roar that shook the world came from Yi Chen's mouth. It was like the roar of a terrifying beast. At that moment, Yi Chen was truly furious. He turned around abruptly and locked his eyes on Kuyunzi with extreme, killing intent. Then he charged at the latter with a terrifying aura. Kuyunzi spat blood repeatedly, and his expression changed drastically. He endured the injuries on his body and tore through space to escape. First, a third of his soul was destroyed by Yi Chen. Then he was injured by Yi Chen. He had no choice but to use Yi Dongli. Who would have thought that Yi Dongli was no match for Yi Chen? He tried to ambush Yi Chen and kill him, but he did not expect the Patriarch of Hell to appear and block his attack for Yi Chen. Although the Patriarch of Hell was injured, it also worsened his injuries. He was severely injured, and at that moment he no longer had the strength to fight. You can't escape. The cold words came out of Yi Chen's mouth. He lifted his hand and threw the 5-element heavy prison peak. It suppressed Kuyunzi and the space he was in directly. Rumble! The huge mountain soared through the sky, shattering the void, fishing the moon in the water. All the hair on Kuyunzi's body stood on end. He roared furiously and used the last bit of his strength to form a seal. At the next moment, the world spun. It was as if an endless water curtain was flowing through the void, directly changing the trajectory of the 5-element heavy prison peak. Bleck! Kuyunzi spat another mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yi Chen's figure approached him from afar. He punched him directly and exploded his body on the spot. Whoosh! His primordial spirit left his body as if it wanted to escape. However, Yi Chen grabbed it tightly and he could not help but scream. You dare kill me! Kuyunzi's primordial spirit trembled, and he screamed. That great figure left behind an immortal palace order in my body. If you kill me, you will definitely alarm that great figure. Die! Yi Chen said coldly. The killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed again. Without saying anything more, he crushed his primordial spirit directly. Almost at that moment, countless golden shards shot out from the fragments of his soul, gathering in the air. In an instant, a golden door appeared out of thin air. There were two extremely ancient words on the golden door: Immortal Palace. As the golden door opened, a mighty pressure swept out from within. Immortal Palace has decreed that all those who ignore the order will be thrown into the Forbidden Sea and suppressed for 9 worlds. An incomparably dignified and terrifying voice slowly descended. 19 golden words surged out and turned into a 1,000-foot-wide black hole that swallowed Yi Qin below. In an instant, the world turned upside down and the void reversed. The Patriarch of Hell, who was 3,000 meters away, watched in shock as the black hole that looked like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast swallowed Yi Qin. When everything returned to normal, Yi Qin was nowhere to be seen in the air. The golden door slowly closed. Dead silence, incomparably dead silence, as if none of this had happened. Fellow Yi, Master, Xiao He, and the Patriarch of Hell shouted in unison. The great Xia Emperor and the others who were watching from afar were incomparably shocked. The Forbidden Sea. Emperor Yi has been thrown into the Forbidden Sea. Boom! Xiao He's figure flashed and instantly landed beside the North Immortal Hall Master. He asked sternly, "Where is the Forbidden Sea?" "We don't know either." The North Immortal Hall Master smiled bitterly. The Forbidden Sea only exists in legends. No one knows its whereabouts. The only thing we know is that it's a forbidden land that moves on its own. What did you say? Xiao He roared. The Radiant Patriarch sighed softly. There's an obscure record in the Radiant Palace. It said that the Forbidden Sea is a prison. Only those who enter can't leave, and they can only die here. The others shook their heads as if they felt pity. Emperor Yi was peerless. He defeated the Eastly Emperor and killed Kuyunzi. Who would have thought that he would die today? It's impossible, it's impossible. Little Black cried. At this moment, the North Immortal Hall Master bowed to the sky from afar. Emperor Yi, thank you for saving us from the sea of suffering. With that, he bowed to the extreme. The others also bowed and cupped their fists, saying sincerely, "Thank you, Emperor Yi, for saving us from the sea of suffering." Before this, Kuyunzi had placed a soul-confining chain in each of their bodies. Their lives were in his hands, so they had never helped Yi Qin from the beginning to the end. I believe that fellow Yi will be fine. The Patriarch of Hell looked at the void as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, I'll destroy this immortal palace sooner or later. Xiao Man, who rushed over after hearing the news, also cried. Brother Wuxuan was sent to the Forbidden Sea, and Brother Yi was also sent to the Forbidden Sea. Could this be fate? In Jixia Academy, an elegant-looking middle-aged man carried Meng Meng. He looked at the Patriarch of Hell with an extremely pale face. Patriarch, do you think Xiao Qin H? If Yi Qin was present, he would definitely realize that the middle-aged man was his father, Yi Hai. The middle-aged woman beside her had already fainted from crying. Adorable cried so hard that she couldn't stop her tears. Although the Patriarch of Hell was unwilling to admit it, he still nodded. But don't worry. I believe that fellow Yi will be fine. Master won't die. Xiao He's eyes were also red as he comforted. That feathered beast has a soul contract with Master. The contract is still there, which means that Master isn't dead, Yi Hai sighed softly. Just as the father and son were about to reunite, he did not expect such a turn of events to happen. The Patriarch of Hell glanced at him and frowned. Mr. Yi, if I remember correctly, you have a son? Why don't I see him now? The moment that was said, Yi Hai's body trembled. He closed his eyes as if he was in pain and said, That child was taken away when he was just a year old. Until now, we haven't seen him again. Has he been taken away? When the Patriarch of Hell heard that, his eyes flickered. Kuyunzi is already dead. From the looks of it, he was most likely taken away by someone from the Immortal Palace. At this point, he could not help but narrow his eyes and think to himself, Fellow Yi, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the day you bring Yi Wuxuan back. At that time, I'll accompany you into the Immortal Palace and destroy everything. As for your family, I'll protect them well, like evil nanny dad in the city. Please collect. Evil nanny dad in the city. Qingdo updates the fastest. Chapter 1273. On the day Yi Qin disappeared, a monstrous storm swept through the ancient, desolate realm. An emperor's throne powerhouse, Yi Qin, barged into Jisha Academy and killed everyone. He killed all the powerhouses in the academy and fought with the academy's leader, Kuyunzi, above the 9 heavens. The Eastly Emperor, who had been dead for 10,000 years, reappeared. However, he was suspected to be controlled by someone and fought Yi Qin. Yi Qin defeated him and killed Kuyunzi. The immortal palace descended. This extremely explosive news was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking the entire ancient, desolate realm. The most shocking thing was that Yi Qin had Yi Dongli's bloodline. He was Yi Dongli's descendant. North Sea Dragon subduing Hall. Shi Qianhan's eyes were about to tear blood. Brother Yi! North Sea Hall Master stood silently behind him and said, Qianhan, don't blame me. I and the others were powerless at that time. I don't blame you. Shi Qianhan clenched his fists tightly, and a murderous aura surged in the depths of his eyes. I only hate that I'm not capable enough. Otherwise, I would definitely kill my way into the so-called immortal palace and slaughter everything. Godfather, I want to enter the Yama cave. He turned around and looked at North Sea Hall Master quietly. The latter's body trembled, and fear flashed through his eyes. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Is it worth it? The Yama cave, it was a place that even he was afraid of. Shi Qianhan's gaze was resolute. There are some things that must be done in this life. Inside the radiant palace, Juer's eyes were swollen from crying. Son-in-law will be fine. Son-in-law will definitely be fine. No, I have to find him. With that, she turned around and was about to leave. The radiant patriarch stopped her and sighed faintly. Even I don't know where the taboo sea is. Where can you go to find it? On the same day, a man in a purple gold robe slowly walked over from the desolate sky. If there were outsiders present, they would definitely discover that the man looked exactly the same as the dead Di Xianling. I wonder what the Lord is thinking. The man's eyes were wild as he muttered to himself. He actually wants me to turn into this trash and go to the lower realm to clean up those bugs. His figure swayed, and he instantly teleported 1,000 kilometers away. In the end, he arrived at the great Yin Imperial Dynasty. Ancient barren world, unknown land. The world was pitch black, and Yi Qin could not see anything. Yi Chen's consciousness was clear. He felt that he was falling rapidly, and his entire body was spinning. The abyss. An endless abyss. He tried to mobilize his true essence to stabilize his body, but he found that the true essence in his body was flowing away in an extremely strange and frantic manner, like a flood bursting a dam. Thinking to this point, he immediately sealed off his meridians and didn't dare to mobilize any more true vitality, allowing himself to fall. His body was strong, so he was not afraid of falling to his death. After an unknown amount of time, he felt himself heavily fall onto the ground. However, it seemed that he had fallen into the soft soil and did not make much noise. What happened? Yi Qin stood up and lifted his eyes to look around. What he saw was a dense forest. There were towering trees that grew wildly around him. Because the trees were too dense, sunlight couldn't shine in at all. Even during the day, the forest was still dark and damp. Where is this place? Yi Chen frowned slightly and attempted to expand his divine consciousness. However, he realized that his divine consciousness could only cover a range of 2 meters. It was as if the air, soil, and trees in this place had the effect of blocking divine consciousness. Yi Qin tried a few more times, but the result was the same. The frown on his face deepened. Puffed, puffed. At that moment, a light sound suddenly came from the forest in the distance. It seemed like someone was fiddling with the leaves. Yi Qin turned his head to look. He saw a woman in a simple dress, squatting down with her back facing him in the bushes. Walala! Clap, clap, clap. Amidst the sound of flowing water, there was a loud sound of someone slapping a mosquito on his buttocks. Yi Qin turned his head away immediately, not knowing what to say. At the same time, the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. If there was someone, it meant that he could learn a lot of things, such as where this place was and how to leave. He thought that it would be fine after 2 minutes. However, the woman in the distance had been waiting for a long time. He did not know how long she had been holding it in for, but she was humming happily. Ah! Suddenly, the woman behind him screamed. Yi Chen turned his head to look by instinct and saw a little green snake falling from the branch above him. The woman was stunned. Yi Chen was quick to react. He picked up a stone and threw it. It hit the little snake's head on the spot and exploded. Seeing that the woman was staring at him in a daze, as if she had yet to snap back to her senses, Yi Chen could not help but walk over and smile kindly. "All right, you're fine now." It was a young girl around 18 or 19 years old. She looked pretty, but her skin was a little rough. She seemed to have done rough work often. However, the response he got was a cold and slightly angry gaze. "Did you see everything?" Yi Chen said honestly, "I saw some." The woman clenched her teeth. Her eyes were like dormant volcanoes that had been brewing for a long time. "How much is some?" Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter, "I saw that the snake almost bit you just now. Fortunately, I attacked in time." The woman looked at him in disbelief and took a few steps back, subconsciously. She said warily, "Who are you?" She was a little girl in the wilderness. If Yi Chen wanted to do anything to her, her heart could not stop beating as she thought to this point. Yi Chen smiled kindly. "I'm Yi Chen. I came here by accident. May I know your name, little sister?" "My name is Qing Qing." The woman looked at him weakly and tilted her head to think about it. She said, "This is Manjai village." Just when Yi Chen was about to speak, he heard a cry from the forest in the distance. "Quick, run. The fire-armored beast is charging this way. Hey, hey, hey!" In an instant, there were 5 dark-skinned, black-clothed men who saw the situation and hurriedly rushed over. "Brother!" Qing Qing hurriedly shouted to the leader of the group. Only then did the burly man notice her. He stopped in his tracks and noticed Yi Chen. He asked immediately, "Qing Qing, who is he?" "He's—" Qing Qing was about to explain. Another man urged, "Qing Shan, run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Roar! At the same time, 2 furious roars came from the forest. "Oh no, there's one here too," one of the men exclaimed. Everyone was stuck. Yi Chen looked over and realized that there were demonic beasts that were about 3 meters long and covered in ferocious scales. They would spit flames from their mouths from time to time. The 2 fire-armored beasts surrounded him in a pincer attack. P.S. Chapter 5 updated today. The plot of The Forbidden Ocean won't be too long. It's mainly about uncovering some secrets of the ancient, desolate realm and finding Yi Wushuang and Ing. Meanwhile, the plot of the ancient, desolate realm is to defeat the Immortal Palace and save the female lead. There won't be any more powerful than the Immortal Palace. The flawless chapter of The Genius Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on Qingdou. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend Qingdou. Like Evil Nanny Dad in the City, please collect Evil Nanny Dad in the City. Qingdou updates the fastest. Chapter 1274. Brother! Qing Qing was so scared that her body turned limp as she looked at the 2 gigantic demonic beasts that were charging at her. It was as if it was her first time experiencing such a scene. The man named Qing Shan gulped and protected her behind him by instinct. Then he waved the long saber in his hand and looked at the 2 fire-armored beasts as if he was facing a great enemy. The 2 of them were not the only ones. The other 4 tan men's expressions also changed drastically. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the 2 demonic beasts before them. Yi Chen's eyes flashed unnoticeably as he looked at the 2 demonic beasts. That's strange. There's no demonic energy fluctuation in these 2 beasts' bodies, so why are they at foundation building? Damn it! Aren't the fire-armored beasts in the inner area of the island? Why are they here all of a sudden? Someone cursed It's getting dark. We can't wait here for death. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. Otherwise, we'll definitely die at night." Everyone's expressions changed when they heard that. At that moment, the burly man in green who was protecting Ching Ching gritted his teeth and said, "Who's he? Deal with the one on the left with me. The rest of you deal with the other one." The burly man named Huzi nodded heavily. He bit a wooden stick in his mouth. Clearly, he was ready to fight with his life on the line. Qing Shan could not help but glance at Yi Chen after saying that. "Brother, if you don't want to die, help me too." The rest could not help but look at Yi Chen. Although he was tall, he seemed weak. They then shook their heads. In Barbarian Village, such a person was probably weaker than the little girl behind Qing Shan in terms of strength. How could he deal with the fire-armored beasts? However, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled. "There's no need. Just wait here." "What did you say?" Qing Shan was slightly stunned. Before he could react, he saw a figure dashing toward the fire-armored beast that was closest to them. "It's that brat." The few of them were in an uproar when they saw Yi Chen's face. Someone exclaimed, "What's he doing? Does he want to die?" That was a fire-armored beast. Only the village elders could kill it single-handedly. Roar! As if sensing Yi Chen's intention, the fire-armored beast on the left roared and spat a ball of flame at Yi Chen. Yi Chen dodged it easily. He used his finger as a saber and slashed its neck directly. The former died on the spot. The series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. When everyone snapped back to their senses, they looked at Yi Chen in awe. "Master Man!" Qing Shan blurted out. "Roar!" At that moment, another furious roar rang in everyone's ears. Then they saw the fire-armored beast on the right pouncing towards the Qing Shan siblings. "Be careful!" Tiger shouted. The Qing Shan siblings were petrified on the spot, unable to move a muscle. Just when everyone thought that the two of them would definitely die, with a chi sound, the fire-armored beast exploded and died. The minced meat scattered on the ground, emitting a pungent smell of blood. Qing Shan and Qing Mei fell heavily to the ground with faces full of shock, and they seemed as if they'd just walked past the gates of hell. As expected, Yi Chen secretly shook his head. At the critical moment earlier, he was forced to mobilize his true origin energy to kill the fire-armored beast and save the Qing Shan siblings. However, as soon as his true origin energy was mobilized, it overflowed uncontrollably like a flood that had burst a dam. At that moment, he noticed the fire-armored beast whose neck he had severed. He bent down and picked up a black crystal. The black crystal was about the size of a fingernail. It contained coldness. When Yi Chen channeled some spiritual energy into it, the spiritual energy was devoured instantly. It was very strange. What exactly is this place? Yi Chen secretly frowned as he thought to this point. The sky was dark and the ground was hot and humid. There was no spiritual energy at all. The strange demonic beast was even rapidly dissipating the energy in its body when it breathed and walked. If he continued to use his true origin energy like this, it would be depleted sooner or later. Even the medicinal pills and spirit stones in his storage ring were no exception. At that moment, Qing Shan walked over with his sister, Qing Qing. He knelt heavily before Yi Chen and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving our lives, Master Man." "Thank you, big brother." Qing Qing looked at him gratefully. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and could not help but lower her head shyly. "Thank you, Master Man." The other Tan men walked over as well. They looked at Yi Chen with admiration. Yi Chen's sleeves were half open as he got everyone to stand up. "It's nothing." The sky was about to turn dark. A bonfire was lit in a dilapidated temple. The flickering flames were like stars that were about to fall. Qing Shan used the long saber that he carried with him to cut open a fire-armored beast that Yi Chen had killed earlier and roasted it on the fire. He would sprinkle some spices from time to time. Although the conditions were simple, there was still a faint fragrance of meat which added a lot of smiles to the faces of the few people. Yi Chen sat by the fire and watched everything. He was thinking about the information that he had obtained from the few of them along the way. Through the conversation, he found out that the place he had landed was called an island. There were many villages within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and the village that Qing Shan and the rest were in was called Man Village. What surprised him the most was that everything here was different from the outside world. The people here cultivated physical strength and were known as man masters. Ordinary people were constantly consuming energy in this world. Even the simplest breathing consumed more than 3 times more energy than ordinary people on Earth. In order to replenish their energy, Qing Shan and the rest's daily job was to hunt. By hunting wild beasts, they obtained energy from their flesh and blood. This was very similar to the primitive society on Earth. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. The voice in the Immortal Palace's gate said that it would send me into the Forbidden Sea. It seems like this place should be the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea. He calculated to himself. Shaman said that Wu Shuang challenged the Immortal Palace and was punished by the heavens. He was sent into the Forbidden Sea. Thinking to this point, he could not help but have a hint of anticipation in his eyes. In other words, I might be able to find Wu Shuang in this world. Just how big is this world? Where is Wu Shuang now? The flames that had just ignited in his eyes gradually extinguished. At that moment, a large piece of roasted meat was handed over from the side. Then a sweet voice was heard. "Brother Yi, this is yours." Yi Chen glanced at Qing Qing, who was smiling, and then looked at the little roasted meat in Huzi's hand. He smiled politely. "I'm not hungry." "You guys go ahead and eat." The little girl's eyes dimmed. Qing Shan, who was far away, smiled honestly. "Brother Yi, just take it. Only when you're full will you have the strength to deal with everything." Yi Chen smiled. Just when he was about to take it, he realized that there were all sorts of cries coming from outside the temple. It seemed like there were wild beasts running. At the same time, the light in the dilapidated temple dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, everyone's expressions froze. Chapter 1275. Qing Shan hurriedly shouted, "Qing Qing, big brother Yi, the darkness is coming. Quickly sit over here." The rest of the people got up one after another and gathered around the fire. They huddled closely together, almost shoulder to shoulder. Immediately, they created a lot of space in the narrow and broken temple. Even Qing Qing was no exception. The little girl panicked when she saw the confusion on Yi Chen's face. "Brother Yi, come and sit here the next moment." The cries and roars outside the dilapidated temple grew more and more intense, following which countless savage beasts swarmed in. Among them there were gigantic tentacled monsters that looked like snails, one-legged frog-like monsters, and white apes that were as strong as bulls. These existences seemed to be hiding from something as they rushed into the dilapidated temple. They huddled together as if they did not see Yi Chen and the rest. Then they looked outside in fear. Yi Chen followed their gaze and saw endless darkness coming from outside the dilapidated temple. Countless beasts were running madly as if they were trying to avoid it. However, the speed of the darkness was very fast. When a single savage beast fell into the darkness, the sound of chewing flesh and bones could be heard in the darkness. It was a horrifying sound. Soul quicksand. Yi Chen's eyes squinted. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. He had once experienced it on the ghost ship. There was a terrifying existence hidden in the black fog that specialized in devouring flesh and blood. To think that he would see it here once more. It was no wonder why so many savage beasts would flee in panic. Just when Yi Chen thought the darkness would surge into the dilapidated temple. However, the darkness suddenly stopped at the entrance of the dilapidated temple and did not move an inch forward. It was as if there was an invisible door blocking them outside. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Spots of light appeared on the stone walls around the dilapidated temple, and the strange patterns began to wriggle as if the words had come to life. The stone statue behind them also glowed with light. The stone statue was that of a man with a long beard. He held a halberd in his hand, and his eyebrows were furrowed in anger. His body was covered in dust, and he exuded an aura of age and decay. Following that, be it Qing Shan, Zhang Xian, or the savage beasts in the dilapidated temple, they all knelt down before the stone statue, seemingly worshipping and praying. Emperor's aura, this is Emperor's aura. Yi Qin looked at the stone statue before him quietly. He could not help but be moved when he sensed the aura on its body. The stone statue could actually emit the majesty of the Emperor's throne realm. It was this imperial aura that blocked the darkness from the outside world, outside the dilapidated temple, thus saving all living beings. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This is an Emperor's throne powerhouse that has turned into a stone statue? Thinking of this, he slowly stood up and walked towards the stone statue, trying to reach out and touch it. Roar! At that moment, all the wild beasts that were kneeling on the ground roared at Yi Qin as if they were warning him. Big brother Yi, you can't do that. The expressions of Qing Shan and the others changed greatly. This is our guardian god. We cannot blaspheme him. Yi Qin could only give up. He returned to where he was and sat down, but his mind could not stop thinking. This stone statue must have been a strong practitioner of the Emperor's throne realm when he was alive. But why did he turn into a stone statue? Why would it appear in the taboo ocean? Could it be that he's being suppressed here, just like me? Time passed bit by bit. The dilapidated temple was extremely quiet. Whether it was Qing Shan's group or the many beasts gathered on the other side, they all maintained a delicate situation. No one made a move. When dawn broke and the first ray of sunlight shone on the dilapidated temple, the darkness outside the dilapidated temple dissipated. The beasts retreated. Qing Shan and the rest cheered as they walked out of the dilapidated temple to fetch water. However, they seemed to be used to all of this. Yi Qin followed behind them. As soon as he left the dilapidated temple, he saw all sorts of bones piled up on the grass outside. They seemed to have been left behind last night. From time to time, a vulture would land with a piece in its mouth and fly away. Yi Qin walked side by side with Qing Shan and probed. Did what happened last night happen often? Yes, brother Yi. Qing Shan nodded and said with a serious expression, As long as it's night time, no one is allowed to go out. We have to stay at home. This has been our village's ancestral teachings since ancient times. At this point, he could not help but exhort, Brother Yi, you saw the danger last night. The elders said that there's a terrifying existence in the darkness that can eat people. Then, how does your village protect itself in the darkness? Yi Qin asked again. Qing Shan smiled and said, Because our village has stone statues like the dilapidated temple, and there are quite a few of them. Every time it turns dark, these stone statues protect us. Yi Qin secretly nodded. The doubt in his heart was immediately resolved. He said, Do you know the origin of these stone statues? I don't know. Qing Shan scratched his head and said in confusion, These stone statues have existed for a long time. They can be traced back to before our village was established. Yi Qin could not help but be disappointed. Right. Qing Shan seemed to have thought of something and added, I think I heard the elders say that these stone statues are our ancestors. Ancestors? Yi Qin could not help but glance at him when he heard that. He thought to himself, So this brat is the descendant of an emperor's throne powerhouse? This world could devour the true origin energy and true chi of cultivators, so martial artists and cultivators could not live at all. They could only rely on brute force to survive. Logically speaking, there should not be an emperor's throne powerhouse. Then, the only explanation was that these emperor's throne powerhouses came from the outside world. After connecting it to his own experience, he could not help but make a bold guess. It seems like these emperor's throne powerhouses were also suppressed here by the immortal palace. As for how long, he did not know. The only thing he knew was that even if an emperor's throne powerhouse fell here, he would become a cripple and could only rely on brute force to survive. It seems like this immortal palace is not simple. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Judging from the method that person used to beat me into the Forbidden Sea, he must be at the advanced stage god transformation stage, or even higher. Higher? That would be the void refinement stage. Even with Yi Chen's temperament, he could not help but tense up as he thought to this point. There was actually a void refinement stage cultivator in a mere ancient, desolate realm that was parallel to Earth. Anyone would be surprised. Of course, this was only his guess. As for whether it was true or not, he did not know yet. The current plan is to understand the Forbidden Sea first, and then find a way to find out where Wushuang is. When the time comes, I'll bring him out of this place. Thinking to this point, his gaze could not help but pause on Qing Shan. Perhaps the elder he mentioned should know something. At this moment, several figures rushed over from afar. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing beast skin with strong arms. "Qing Shan, are you guys all right?" "Father." Qing Shan was overjoyed when he saw them. Then he brought a few people to welcome them and said excitedly, "Father, we're all fine. Why are you guys here?" Chapter 1276. Before the middle-aged man could speak. "You brats went hunting and didn't return all night. How could we not be worried?" An old man with wrinkles all over his face walked out from behind him and scolded jokingly, "We came looking for you guys as soon as the sun rose. I'm glad that you guys are fine." The middle-aged man took a good look at them while smiling. He noticed Yi Chen and frowned. Who is he? At the same time, the few people behind him also looked at Yi Chen. There was a hint of wariness in their eyes. Qing immediately told them what had happened. "Father, Brother Yi is our savior," she then introduced Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, this is my father, Yang Hong. I'm Yi Chen." Yi Chen introduced himself. "So it's you, Brother Yi." Yang Hong and the rest were less hostile toward Yi Chen after understanding what happened. "Since you're my son's savior, why don't you come to Manjai village and rest for a while?" Yi Chen nodded while smiling. Of course he was willing to. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at Manjai village with Yang Hong and the rest. The village was huge with up to 1,000 families. There was also a stone statue next to the big pagoda tree at the entrance of the village. It was inconspicuous, as if it was a watchstone. The village was spacious, but the decorations were a little crude. Most of them were made of stone, and there were even courtyards made of animal bones. As soon as Yi Chen entered the village, he saw many hunting teams returning. Some of them were carrying an earth dragon that looked like a giant lizard. "Old Yang, I told you that your son is still here. If I didn't stop you last night, you would have carried the stone statue out to look for him." A burly man carrying a giant savage beast joked with Yang Hong, and the rest of the people laughed along with him. On the other hand, Qing Shan's eyes were slightly red. He looked at Yang Hong's back as if he was touched. The stone statues in the village were as heavy as 10,000 caddies. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to move them, let alone carry them. Although his father was one of the best in the village, it would still be difficult for him to carry a stone statue. "Old Yang is back. Huzi, get your ass over here." "A bunch of idiots. You went out to hunt and didn't come back in time. You made everyone worry for the whole night. Many people rushed out from every corner of the village, pulling their ears and cursing as they led their children back. In the village, the Yang family. Yang Hong's father, who was known as the elder, had white hair and a hunched back. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "Young man, although I don't know where you came from, I can tell that you're not an ordinary person. Our village will always repay your kindness. I just hope that you won't bring us any trouble." His eyes were cloudy and his teeth were about to fall off. However, his gaze was incomparably sinister, and no one dared to underestimate him. "Elder, you're being too serious." Yi Chen smiled kindly. "I have no ill intentions towards your village. I'll leave after staying for a while. I won't disturb your life. Our barbarian village doesn't take care of idle people. Aside from the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, all men and women must go out to hunt. Those who are gluttonous and lazy will be driven out. You saved Ching Ching and the others. We will naturally repay you generously." The old barbarian elder nodded slightly. "During these 3 days, you can eat and drink for free in our house, but once the 3 days are over, if you want to stay, then you must go out and work like the others." "I understand." Yi Chin nodded and smiled. For the rest of the time, Yi Chin stayed in Barbarian Village. Although the villagers were surprised by his arrival, they still welcomed him after knowing that he had saved people. Many children in the village and Qing Shan and the rest would surround Yi Chen when they were free, begging him to teach them some martial arts. In response, Yi Chen taught them some body refining techniques. Although they could not achieve immortality directly, it was a piece of cake for them to cultivate it to perfection. They could pierce the moon in the sky and capture dragons in the sea. In the past few days, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world once again. Almost everyone in the village cultivated body refining techniques. They did not have the concept of qi refinement. They only pursued martial arts to kill wild beasts and birds with 10-pickle bows. In reality, they could not even cultivate qi refinement if they wanted to. Even Yi Chen realized that the true origin energy in his body had weakened to the nascent soul stage on the 3rd day he arrived in Barbarian Village. If this continued, his true origin energy would be completely drained in less than a month. By then, he might not even be able to open his storage ring. Meanwhile, they categorized their cultivation stage into Barbarian Apprentice, Barbarian Soldier, Barbarian Master, Great Barbarian Master, Barbarian King, Barbarian Emperor, Barbarian Venerable, Barbarian Saint, for example. Qing Shan, the outstanding young man from Barbarian Village, only had a cultivation base of a barbarian soldier. The person with the highest cultivation base in the village was Yang Hong's father, who was Qing Shan's grandfather. He was a great barbarian master. "This place is as big as China?" Yi Chin found out from the old man in the village. He could not help but release a sigh of relief. China had an area of 6 million square kilometers. It was over 5,000 kilometers from the south to the north. Meanwhile, the Forbidden Ocean was only over 5,000 kilometers from the north to the south. That saved him a lot of time looking for Wushuang. After all, the map was only that big. He could find it after spending some time. "I've traveled outside Barbarian Village. When I was young, the person who was talking to Yi Chin was an old man in the village. He had lived for 200 years, making him the oldest person in the village. Although he was also 200 years old, he seemed to be in good spirits. He was much more knowledgeable than the people in the village." Yi Chen's eyes flickered. "You're saying that people live in tribes here?" "That's right." The old man's voice was clear. "Barbarian Village and the dozen villages around us belong to the Dark Dragon tribe. I heard that the tribe's elder has lived for 500 years. He has the cultivation base of a barbarian king. Woo woo!" As he spoke, the sound of a horn suddenly resounded in the village. It was extremely oppressive, and it instantly alerted the entire barbarian village. The old man's eyes lit up and his lips moved slightly. "The horn is blown 3 times. The people from the Dark Dragon tribe are here." At the entrance of Barbarian Village, all the villagers were gathered. They stood in an orderly manner. Regardless of their gender, age, or gender, all of them stared at the 2 people in front with their eyes wide open. They were a man and a woman. The man was a young man, and the aura he exuded made the people feel pressured. Meanwhile, the woman was extremely young. She wore a long gown made of goose down, revealing her fair neck. Qing Shan and the rest in the crowd were drooling when they saw her. As the elder, Yang Hong's father, took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, "May I know why Master Wu is here?" The young man looked at the elder and took out a portrait. "The great barbarian elder has ordered that from today onwards, all villages, including your barbarian village, are to investigate this person closely." The woman beside him chuckled. "If you have any accurate information, the great barbarian elder will personally cleanse your meridians after you report it to him. You will also be rewarded handsomely." The moment she said that, Everyone's eyes widened as if they were shocked. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Who was the great barbarian elder? He was the true ruler of Dark Dragon Tribe. He was also the only Berserker King in Dark Dragon Tribe. In the eyes of the villagers, he was no different from a god. However, the reward this time would allow the great barbarian elder to personally cleanse his meridians, as well as other rewards. How could everyone not be tempted by that? As the young man with the surname Wu opened the portrait, a man with a green face and fangs was revealed. His appearance scared many children so much that they started crying. Yi Chen, who was in the crowd, had a strange expression on his face when he saw that. And came to the Forbidden Ocean too? P.S. Chapter 3 has been updated today. The plot of the Forbidden Ocean will speed up tomorrow. Can you guess why Ing came to the Forbidden Ocean? There's a foreshadowing in the previous chapter. Chapter 1277. Yi Chen looked at the painting that had scared many children to tears. Although the painter's painting was rather exaggerated and hardcore, Yi Chen could tell at a glance that it was Ing. Although he had little contact with Ing, he thought he knew him quite well. The person in the painting was very similar to Ing in terms of temperament, gaze, and even facial features. He connected the dots and recalled that Ing had mentioned the Forbidden Ocean to him before. Ing had mysteriously disappeared after the battle on Mount Tangwu. Therefore, Yi Chen was certain that the man in the painting was Ing. However, why would he appear in the Forbidden Ocean? Why would he be wanted by the Dark Dragon Tribe? As he thought to this point, he could not help but lift his head to look at the man and woman before the crowd. Both of them had the cultivation base of a barbaric master. Looking at the man in the painting, the old barbarian elder, who was Yang Hong's father, could not help but say, "Master Wu, may I ask what crime this man has committed?" He knew very well that a person who was wanted by the entire Dark Dragon Tribe must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, if the barbarian village did not figure out the reason, there might be hidden dangers. The young man said in annoyance, "Just do as I say. Why are you asking so many questions?" As he spoke to this point, he glanced at the crowd and said, "Report to me immediately if any strangers come to your village." Yang Hong, Qing Shan, and the rest's expressions changed unnaturally when they heard that. They seemed to have thought of Yi Chen, but they did not say anything. "Don't worry, Master Wu. I understand." The old barbarian elder nodded with his hunched back. "I'll send someone to report to the Dark Dragon Tribe if there's any news." "That's for the best. Don't forget to attend the barbaric sacrifice ceremony in 3 days." The young man's expression softened. He then led the lady next to him and rode on a giant, snail-like beast. They left. After watching the duo leave, the old barbarian elder looked at the crowd and waved. "Disperse." In the Yang residence, Yi Chen clasped his fists at the old barbarian elder and said gratefully, "Thank you for not telling me about me earlier." The old barbarian elder could have told the young man and the woman about Yi Chen in exchange for rewards. However, he did not. Even the villagers in the entire barbarian village did not. That surprised Yi Chen. "There's no need for that." The old barbarian elder shook his head and said, "I believe in physiognomy. My young friend, you look like a decent person and don't seem like a wicked person. Besides, you saved Qing Qing and her sister." He seemed to have recalled something as he spoke to this point. He looked at Yi Chen and said, "But if you want to stay in my barbarian village or the Dark Dragon Tribe, you'll need an identity." "Who were those two?" Yi Chen did not answer the question. The old man said in a low voice, "The man's name is Wu Hong and the woman's name is Bai Ling. They are both from Dark Dragon Tribe. Wu Hong is the great barbarian elder's great-great-grandson." Yi Chen said again, "How do you plan to find the man in Wu Heng's painting?" Yi Chen was afraid that he would overthink, so he added, "I don't mean anything else. I just feel that I'll definitely help if I can." These people wanted to find Ing, but so did he. Perhaps when he met Ing, he would be able to completely understand this world and find Wu Shuang faster. Of course, I'm just brushing you off. The old man did not avoid the topic. He said with a vicious look in his eyes, there are many powerhouses in the Dark Dragon tribe, and the great barbarian elder is here. Someone who's wanted by the Dark Dragon tribe won't be an ordinary person. Our barbarian village is small and weak. We'll be doomed if we fall into the trap. His eyes flickered, and he sighed softly. Although the reward is tempting, you need to be able to enjoy it. Yi Qin was speechless. He had to get to know the old man again. No wonder he became the barbarian village's elder. How could an ordinary person compare to him with his intelligence? What did Wu Heng mean by the barbarian sacrifice before he left? Yi Qin asked again. The old barbarian elder took a good look at him and said, My young friend, you don't even know about the barbarian sacrifice. I really doubt that you're from the Dark Dragon tribe or even the Sky Demon County. He stopped there and didn't pursue the matter any further. Then he said, I believe little friend has a general understanding of our lifestyle. The place where we live is lacking in resources. We can only survive by hunting. Children are trained to fight wild beasts since they're born. His face was filled with sorrow. We respect nature, but we also challenge it. The barbarian sacrifice is an annual event held by all the villages and tribes. During the barbarian sacrifice, we'll offer the bones of the most powerful wild beasts we've hunted. We'll compete with each other, and the winner will receive many benefits. He paused and said, For example, we'll bring in more people or redivide our hunting territories. Old man, I wonder if I can go and take a look? Yi Qin asked after hesitating. He would not stay in the Forbidden Ocean for long. Therefore, staying in the barbarian village was not a long-term plan. He could use the so-called barbarian sacrifice to look for Wu Shuang. Just when the old barbarian elder was about to speak, he suddenly heard crying and many people arguing outside. He frowned and could not help but get up and walk out with Yi Qin. He saw a few injured men surrounded by many villagers. A few of them were holding weapons in their hands, and their faces were filled with hatred. The people from the barbarian village have crossed the line. No, don't stop me. I'll fight them. Otherwise, I won't be able to take this lying down. Huzi, get someone to go. The barbarian village is not to be bullied. Calm down, don't act rashly. The village was filled with arguments. Some were cursing, while others were trying to persuade them. It was very noisy. The old barbarian elder walked to the crowd and shouted with a grim expression, What's going on? The barbarian elder is here. Make way, everyone. Elder, you have to uphold justice for us. The noisy crowd immediately surrounded them. Yi Qin pushed the crowd aside and saw 3 middle-aged men lying on the ground. They were covered in blood at the moment, but their lives were not in danger. One of them was Qing Shan's father, Yang Hong. His right shoulder was pierced by an arrow made of beast bones. He was bleeding profusely. The old barbarian elder's expression changed slightly when he saw that. He went to him immediately. Hong, are you all right? Yang Hong's face was pale as he shook his head lightly. The old barbarian elder slammed his palm on Yang Hong's left shoulder, and the arrow on his right shoulder flew out. He then took out a packet of medicinal powder and sprinkled it on Yang Hong's right shoulder. He then said in his deep voice, What exactly happened? Elder, the people from the barbarian spirit village did this. My father brought some people out to hunt, and they encountered a dragon-horned elephant. They only managed to injure it after much effort. At that moment, Qing Shan clenched his fists and said, But the people from the barbarian spirit village suddenly crossed the border and said that the dragon-horned elephant was theirs. They attacked us and almost killed my father with an arrow. They even took the dragon-horned elephant away. End of chapter. Chapter 1278. As soon as Qing Shan was done speaking, many villagers were enraged. Quite a number of Berserker village villagers were enraged. If it were not for the old Berserker elder intimidating them, they might have attacked a long time ago. Yi Qin secretly shook his head. It seemed like there was a conflict between the 2 villages over prey. However, it made sense. The barbaric spirit village has crossed the line. The area within 50 kilometers of our village is our hunting range. That's publicly known. They're here to cause trouble, so they can't do anything even if they go to the Dark Dragon tribe. We have to get an explanation from them." At that moment, the few elders who had rushed over were enraged. Yang Hong and the rest were the village's powerful labor force. Now that they were injured, spending herbs to heal them was a small matter. Most importantly, everyone was counting on them to hunt to feed their families. "Elder, please give the order. Let's fight them, or else this will happen again in the future." "That's right, we must kill them." The eyes of Qing Shan, Huzi, and the rest of the younger generation were bloodshot. They could not wait to bring their men to take revenge. Just as the old elder was about to comfort them, he seemed to have thought of something. "Oh yeah, where's Shanbao?" Qing Shan's eyes were wet. Uncle Shanbao was captured by the barbaric spirit village. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. The old elder's eyes turned cold as if he was truly enraged. "Flying leopard, gather everyone and follow me to the barbaric spirit village to get him." "Sure." A muscular man in the crowd grinned as if he could not hold it in any longer. He immediately spread the elder's words to all the families. In an instant, 2/3 of the young men in the village were mobilized. One could see how united the village was. Yi Qin followed the group as well. The group walked out of the village in a mighty manner. Their anger was getting more intense. As they passed through the dense bushes, there were bloodstains everywhere. There were also wild beast carcasses that they missed. The man in the lead suddenly fell into the bushes. After the people rescued him, they realized that there were many bloody holes under his feet. Meanwhile, there was a row of beast-catching spikes in the stone pit that he fell into. It must be the barbaric spirit village. One of the elders was so angry that his beard was shaking. "Although we've set traps, we've marked them so that we won't hurt our own people." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became even angrier. The people of Barbarian Spirit Village had crossed the boundary to capture beasts, injured their people, and even set up such a vicious trap to plot against them. The old berserker's face was dark the entire time, and he did not say a single word. He led the group and traveled 20 lis before they finally arrived at a rather wide and flat area. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the forest. "Be careful!" Yi Chen, who noticed it first, reminded them in time. The old elder's ears twitched slightly. He immediately pushed away the man before him, then stretched his hand into the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Suddenly, an incomparably sharp arrow appeared in his hand, trembling violently. Obviously, the archer's strength was not low. The face of the man who had been pushed out was incomparably pale. How dangerous! If that arrow had hit him, even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. Yi Qin pointed. "There's someone in the distance." Everyone immediately looked in his direction and saw a young man standing with about thousands of feet away. He was looking at them with a malicious gaze. "Elder, it's him." A man who had participated in the hunt earlier glared at the young man in the distance. This brat injured old Yang with one arrow. What a vicious young man! The old berserker took a deep breath in and said, "Bring me my 10 pickle bow." The people could not help but feel excited. 2 people walked over with a huge black bow in their arms. It weighed at least 250 kilograms, but the old berserker held it easily. Crack, crack, crack! The old berserker pulled the arrow hard and pulled the bowstring into a full moon shape. The arrow was pointed at the young man. Yi Chen's eyes flashed unnoticeably when he saw that. The ancient people measured strength in stone, Don. A stone bow usually required an arm strength of 350 to 500 kilograms to be able to pull it. A famous ancient general could pull a 3-pickle bow at most. Meanwhile, a 10-pickle bow would require an arm strength of over 1,500 kilograms to pull it. The old berserker looked like he was old, but he had such arm strength. It was no wonder that he was the number one in Barbarian Village. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and charged at the young man in the distance, like a bolt of lightning, leaving a long white trail in the air. The young man first moved. Then he pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow as if he wanted to stop the old berserker's arrow. Clang, clang, two thick iron arrows crashed into each other in the air. Sparks flew everywhere, and a piercing sound rang in the air. The old berserker's arrow shattered the young man's arrow and went straight for the young man's throat without losing any momentum. Many of the Barbarian Village villagers were extremely excited. It was as if they could see the vicious young man being killed with one arrow. Boom! At that moment, another arrow shot out from the forest. It knocked the old berserker's arrow onto the ground before the old berserker could kill the young man. The young man escaped from danger. He was terrified. At the same time, an old man slowly walked out from the forest. Yang Wei, you're already so old, but you attacked a young man like that. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? It was an old man in black with age spots all over his face. He held a huge bow in his hand, and there were many unfriendly-looking men following behind him. The elder of Barbarian Spirit Village, Qing Shan, and the others glared at the old man in black. Zhu Rong, the old berserker, snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. It's one thing for you to trespass into our hunting grounds without permission, but you even stole our prey, injured our people, and set up a vicious trap. What kind of logic is this? I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. The old man in black put on a fake smile. Besides, young people are hot-tempered. It's inevitable that they make mistakes. The moment he said this, many of the Barbarian Village villagers glared at him. It was as if they were angered by his shameless words. Mistakes? The old berserker laughed out of extreme anger and said, Zhu Rong, our village's mountain treasure is in your hands. If you don't want to make things worse, then hand it over. Mountain treasure? The old man in black's eyes sparkled. He smiled and said, Brother Yang, I think you're mistaken. We didn't take him away. Bullsh, *T. Qing Shan, who was in the crowd, could not help but stand out. I saw you guys take Uncle Mountain treasure away with my own eyes. Are you trying to deny it? I saw it too. Another man said. Where's the evidence? The people of Barbarian Spirit Village shouted. Both sides immediately quarreled, and they almost drew their weapons. However, Yichin took a good look at the old man in black. If it was a normal hunt, the village chief would not have come personally, right? Moreover, the entire Barbarian Spirit Village had come this time. They knew that this was the Barbarian Village's hunting grounds, but they still did not turn back. Unless there was something here that attracted them at that moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the forest. End of this chapter. Chapter 1279. This sudden beast roar immediately broke the tense atmosphere at the scene. Yichin looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the dense forest, 3,000 meters away, suddenly trembled. Then a huge fire swept out. Amidst the flames, an incomparably huge figure appeared in everyone's line of sight. The figure seemed to be a giant rhinoceros that was more than 20 meters tall. Its body was a little shriveled, and its body was extremely heavy. It crushed many towering trees. The most eye-catching thing was that the horn on its head shone with divine light. It seemed to be injured and was struggling for its life. Ancient beast, full moon rhinoceros. At that moment, a voice filled with shock came from the old elder's mouth. At that moment, the old elder's eyes were fixed on the gigantic body, and his face was filled with disbelief. Wild beasts ran rampant in the Forbidden Sea, and there was no lack of powerful wild beasts. These wild beasts had the ability to overturn the sky and the sea, and they had lived for countless years. Some people called these existences ancient beasts. If they encountered an ancient beast, it would be a disaster that would destroy a village or a tribe. Even the powerful berserker, venerable among humans, would not be able to deal with it. However, there was an ancient beast that was on the verge of death here. A hint of panic flashed through the eyes of the elder of the barbaric spirit village, the old man in black, as if some secret had been discovered. Yi Chen's eyes were fixed on the ancient beast, and his gaze was focused on the latter's neck. There were 2 bloody holes there, and at this moment they were gurgling with blood that was like lava. Tooth holes! Yi Chen's eyes focused. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind when he connected it to the ancient beast's slightly shriveled body. Ing. This ancient beast had been bitten by Ing. Didn't that mean that Ing had appeared here before? Thinking to this point, he subconsciously wanted to get closer to the ancient beast and check if there was corpse poison in the 2 tooth holes. Ing was a zombie, so there would definitely be corpse poison in the wounds it had bitten. If the corpse poison spread throughout its body and controlled its mind, it would become its vassal. Brat, stop right there. The old man in black's expression changed drastically. He then glared at Yi Chen. This was discovered by the barbaric spirit village. I understand. This old man finally understands. The old elder of the Berserker village suddenly laughed out loud. Zhu Rong, no wonder you would personally lead your men into the hunting grounds of the Berserker village. No wonder you would order your men to kill us. So it was all because of this ancient beast. He looked at the old man in black robes and enunciated each word clearly. You want to bring it back before we discover it, so that you can shine during the Berserker sacrifice 3 days later. As soon as he said that, the people of Barbarian Village were enraged, and they were ready to fight. If an ancient beast appeared in their village, then it belonged to them. No outsider could take it away from them. Secondly, the barbaric spirit village had barged into their hunting territory and injured so many people. Both sides had long since formed a grudge. Besides, if they managed to take it away, they would become the nightmare of Berserker Village once they obtained first place in the Berserker sacrificial ceremony 3 days later. Since you found out, the black-robed old man's gaze turned cold, and a faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then I can only kill you. He was determined to obtain the ancient beast's body. Attack! As soon as the old barbarian elder gave the order, the people behind him who could no longer hold back immediately charged forward. Huge swords sliced through the air. Cold light flashed, and killing intent filled the air, causing the leaves on the ground to rustle. The village battle had begun. Some people held huge swords, some swung maces, and some shot arrows. Shouts of killing and screams of pain interweaved. Yang Wei, we haven't fought for decades. I'd like to see how much you've improved, the black-robed old man shouted. With a flash, he weaved through the fighting crowd and charged at the old barbarian elder. Perfect timing. The old barbarian elder did not want to be left behind and went forward. Qing Qing, who was next to Yi Chen, cursed with a flushed face. You stole the food that we rely on to survive and almost killed my father. You've gone too far. Whoosh! At that moment, the young man from before knocked his bow and shot an arrow at Qing Qing. Although the little girl was strong, how could she fight against such a fast and powerful arrow? She could only close her eyes in despair. Yi Chen was quick. He extended his hand and grabbed the bow and arrow when it was less than an inch away from the little girl. The young man was shocked as well. Clearly, he did not expect there to be such an expert in Barbarian Village. He then knocked his arrow again, as if he wanted to shoot Yi Chen. You're courting death. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. He threw the bow and arrow in his hand at the old man gently. The old man was nailed to a tree by the arrow. He did not see how Yi Chen's arrow was so fast. The scene attracted everyone's attention. The people from Barbarian Village cheered, but the expressions of the people from Barbarian Spirit Village changed drastically. Quaner, when the black-robed old man who was fighting with the old barbarian elder saw the young man's death, he roared and punched the old barbarian elder despite being heavily injured. Die, brat! The black-robed old man abandoned the old barbarian elder and flew. He slapped Yi Chen with a venomous expression. The young man was his grandson, the genius of Barbarian Spirit Village. No one below the great barbarian master could defeat him in archery. Now that he was killed by Yi Qin, how could he not be furious? "Brother Yi, watch out!" At that moment, Qing Qing cried out in alarm. Oh no! The old barbarian elder's expression changed slightly. He moved his body and charged at Yi Chen quickly in an attempt to save him. Zhu Rong was the elder of Barbarian Spirit Village. He was also a great barbarian master like him. How could a young man like Yi Chen be his match? However, the next scene caused everyone to be flabbergasted, and it was as if they had seen a ghost. Just as the black-robed old man's palm was about to land on Yi Chen, the latter stretched out a hand and grabbed the old man's neck accurately. He lifted the old man into the air. He captured a great barbarian master alive. The old barbarian elder was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. "Brother, Yi is so powerful." Qing Qing and Qing Shan were extremely shocked. They had seen Yi Chen fight before, but they did not expect that even the elder of Barbarian Spirit Village was no match for him. The black-robed old man struggled. There was deep fear in his eyes as he looked at Yi Chen. "Why you?" Yi Chen shattered the joints in his limbs directly and threw him on the ground. He walked slowly toward the ancient beast in the distance. During the battle, the ancient beast had already died. Its wound had already scabbed over, and it was extremely hard. Yi Chen reached out and pinched a piece of it. He could not help but smile after sensing the corpse poison in it. "Looks like it was really bitten by Ying." This ancient beast was at least a martial venerable when it was alive. He believed that no one in the entire Dark Dragon tribe could hurt it. Thinking to this point, he activated his true origin energy, and 2 golden flames bloomed in his eyes. He looked at the ancient beast's corpse and said softly, "Golden pupil flame, soul capture!" As the golden flames flickered, a black shadow shot into his eyes from the ancient beast's body. It was the ancient beast's soul. After Yi Chen activated the golden pupil flame and refined the former soul, he immediately obtained a memory of something. It was a memory of the ancient beast before it died. After digesting the memory, Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Ying was injured. End of this chapter. Chapter 1280. Ying is injured. Yi Chen obtained his memories before he died through the ancient beast soul that he absorbed. However, the information he obtained exceeded his expectations. He had no idea how powerful Ying was. They had never fought each other ever since they arrived at the ancient, desolate realm from Earth. Yi Chen's eyes could not stop sparkling as he thought to this point. Could he have been injured by the Immortal Palace? That's why he ended up in the Forbidden Ocean. The intense battle quieted down as the old man in black, the elder of the barbaric spirit village, was crippled by Yi Chen. Everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes, especially the people from the barbaric spirit village. One must know that the barbaric spirit village's elder, Zhu Rong, was a great barbaric master. Even the old elder of the village could not kill him. However, Yi Chen crippled him so easily. After a moment of silence, the old elder walked over while trembling. He bowed to Yi Chen in all seriousness. "I didn't know that you're the barbaric king, sir. Please forgive me." He could capture the great barbaric master alive. He had to at least be the barbaric king. Yi Chen stood up slowly and said, while shaking his head, "I'm not the barbaric king. You captured Zhu Rong alive in one move, sir." The old elder was even more respectful now. "I believe you've refined the 3 treasures of the human body and entered the blood integration stage. Even if you're not the barbaric king, you're no different from one." One could not refine qi in the Forbidden Ocean. They could only cultivate their bodies. Beginners could only master greater power by breaking the 3 treasures of the human body. The so-called 3 treasures of the human body were refining the skin, bones, and marrow. Even the barbaric master, the old elder, was still refining the bones in his body. The so-called bone refining was refining the bones in his body. Normally, people would start refining from their limbs. That was why there was wind under their feet and their arms could shoot a 10-pickle bow. If they refined the brain too, they would not die even if they were hacked by knives and axes. Meanwhile, the marrow refining was refining the 5 organs. That way, even if they were hit by a huge impact, their organs would not collapse. That was why the young men of the village could fight the powerful beasts with their bare hands. Yi Chen forced a smile at his persistence. He stopped explaining and let it be. At that moment, he noticed that the old elder's gaze was fixed on the ancient beast's body, as if he wanted to say something, but did not dare. Yi Chen said, while smiling lightly, "Feel free to take it if you want it, old man. It's not useful to me at all." It was only a demonic beast equivalent to a martial saint. He was not interested in it. Furthermore, he had troubled the barbarian village quite a bit over the past few days. This could be considered repayment. "Thank you, my lord." The old elder was instantly overjoyed when he heard it, then called out to the people to carry the ancient beast away. Qing Shan suddenly pointed at Zhu Rong and the people of Savage Spirit Village lying on the ground. "Elder, what should we do with these people?" "Kill them. Yes, we must kill them. If it wasn't for Lord Yi, our fate today would be unimaginable." In an instant, many people's eyes were filled with killing intent. As soon as he said that, everyone in the Savage Spirit Village was so scared that their faces turned ashen. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Brother Yang, you cannot kill me." Zhu Rong, who was lying on the ground, had a slight change of expression. "I'm willing to surrender. I can guarantee that the Savage Spirit Village will never step into your land ever again. The Savage Spirit Village and the Barbarian Village belong to the Dark Dragon Tribe. The Dark Dragon Tribe did not allow the 2 villages to fight to the death." The old elder hesitated for a moment. Then his expression turned cold. "Kill them all." As soon as he said that, Qing Shan and the rest of the Barbarian Village people could not help but charge at the Savage Spirit Village people. As the elder, Zhu Rong, was crippled, the people of the Savage Spirit Village were no match for the Barbarian Village people. Soon, the place was filled with corpses with the pungent smell of blood. Yi Chen turned a blind eye to that. That was the reality. The Savage Spirit Village wanted to use the ancient beast's body to hunt across borders and even kill the people of the Barbarian Village. The old elder walked toward Zhu Rong. The latter's expression changed drastically when he saw that. "Yang, how are you going to explain it to the Dark Dragon Tribe if you kill me?" The old elder stopped walking and said with a scoff, "Who would know that you died in the hands of the Barbarian Village? What if you were killed by this ancient beast?" As soon as he was done speaking, Zhu Rong's face turned pale. He could not help but curse out loud. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the Savage Spirit Village was completely destroyed. There were only a few people from the Barbarian Village who were injured, but there were no deaths. Flying Leopard, bring them to Savage Spirit Village and take over their territory. If they resist, kill them without mercy. The old elder was grinning from ear to ear. He ordered, "The rest of you, carry this big guy back." All right. As they split up, many people found ropes to tie the ancient beast's carcass. They carried it back to the village with much difficulty. Such a big guy must have rich vital energy and blood in his body. If we eat it, our abilities will definitely improve. That's right. Its blood can be used to brew medicine for the kids in the village to train their bodies. Perhaps they'll become powerful like Lord Yi in the future. Many of the elders were grinning like chrysanthemums. Qing Qing, who was in the crowd, looked around and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, where's Brother Yi? Why don't I see him?" Everyone stopped and looked around. They realized that Yi Chun had really disappeared. Qing Qing looked disappointed. "Brother, Yi didn't leave, did he?" "Go back." The old elder sighed softly and waved his hand. "Our village can't keep someone like Lord Yi." Night fell and darkness fell. Many fluorescent lights lit up around the barbarian village. It was the light of the stone statues that protected the small mountain village. Just when the villagers of the barbarian village were holding a bonfire dinner, Yi Chen appeared again. Qing Qing, who was hiding in the corner, had her eyes lit up. She then went up to him happily. "Brother Yi, you're back." "Lord Yi." The old elder and the rest stood up. All the villagers looked at Yi Chen with admiration. They found out about what happened during the day from Qing Shan and the rest. They knew that if Yi Chen had not helped, they would have been destroyed by the savage spirit village. Therefore, how could they not be grateful to Yi Chen? Yi Chen smiled and nodded at the people. He then walked to the old elder and said, "Old man, I have something to tell you." The old elder nodded respectfully and invited Yi Chen into the house alone. He only looked at Yi Chen after closing the door. Yi Chen went straight to the point. "I'm leaving." The old elder was not surprised at all. "I knew that you're not an ordinary person when I first met you, Lord Yi. I just didn't know what you need my help with." As expected of the chief of the village, Yi Chen looked at him as if he was impressed. "I'd like to ask you for two things. Firstly, I need a map." "A map?" The old elder was slightly stunned. "That's right." Yi Chen nodded and said, "A map. The bigger, the better. It'll be best if it can cover up to 10,000 kilometers. Theoretically, it would not have gone far since he was injured to the point where he sucked blood to heal himself. However, he left when the people from the barbarian village were on their way back. He returned to where the ancient beast died and searched within 1,000 kilometers, but he did not find any trace of Ing. The old elder could not help but force a smile as soon as he was done speaking. "You're making things difficult for me, Lord. I do have a map of the barbarian village, but it's only within the Dark Dragon tribe. It can cover up to 250 kilometers at most." Yi Chen was a little disappointed to hear that. The old elder thought about it and said, "Lord, if you need a complete map, you can go to the Dark Dragon tribe. Their map is bigger." "Their map can cover up to 10,000 kilometers?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up. "No." The old elder shook his head while smiling. "The Dark Dragon tribe's map can't cover up to 10,000 kilometers, but the Sky Demon Prefecture can. Lord, you can go to the Sky Demon Prefecture with the Dark Dragon tribe's map." "Sky Demon Prefecture?" Yi Chen frowned. The old elder looked at him. "You might not know this, Lord, but there are 9 prefectures in the wilderness. There's Sky Gold Prefecture, Skywood Prefecture, Skywater Prefecture, Skyfire Prefecture, Sky Earth Prefecture, Sky Thunder Prefecture, Sky Demon Prefecture, and Sky Wasteland Prefecture. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth?" Yi Chen's eyes flashed. "Interesting. They're named after the 5 elements. The Sky Demon Prefecture is where we are. There are thousands of people, like the Dark Dragon tribe in the Sky Demon Prefecture." He seemed to have thought of something as he spoke to this point. "But if you're going to the Sky Demon Prefecture, you must be careful. As one of the 9 prefectures, it's said that there's a barbarian saint there. A powerhouse like that can move mountains and seas." "All right, thank you." Yi Chen nodded and smiled. He then said, "I wonder if you've heard of a person called Yi Wushuang." "He's my friend, Yi Wushuang?" The old elder looked confused. He shook his head after thinking for a few seconds. "I really don't know about this old man. If you're looking for him, there might be hope in the Sky Demon Prefecture." End of chapter. Chapter 1281. Yi Wushuang. The old elder's face was filled with confusion. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this old man. If you want to find out where this person is, there might be hope in the Sky Demon County." Yi Chen nodded in slight disappointment. Late at night, in a quiet courtyard, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the roof and lifted his head to look at the night sky above him. It was like a huge black cloth was covering him. There was no starlight or moonlight at all. The forbidden sea. As time passed, a desolate expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. "I wonder how the patriarch and the rest are doing? Also, have Mom and Dad escaped?" Meng Meng must miss me a lot. After an unknown period of time, he returned to his room and secretly made up his mind. I'll think of a way to the Sky Demon County at dawn and find Wu Shuang as soon as possible to return to the ancient, desolate realm. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yi Chen's divine consciousness spread out and saw a well-dressed little girl standing at the door. It was Qing Qing. The little girl seemed to be a little nervous and shy at that moment. She hesitated whether she should push the door open and enter, and she would look behind her from time to time. The old elder, Yang Hong, and the rest were there. At that moment, they kept signaling the little girl with their eyes, as if they were urging her to push the door open and enter. The little girl coughed and spoke softly. Her voice was slightly trembling. "Brother Yi, are you asleep?" However, there was no sound in the room at all. There was only the sound of breathing, as if he had fallen asleep. The little girl bit her lip and did not push the door open in the end. Instead, she tiptoed back quietly. The old elder and the rest could not help but sigh softly. After everyone left, Yi Chen, who was in the room, shook his head lightly. He took out a spirit stone and began absorbing spiritual energy. He had heard that when a powerhouse passed by a certain place, that place would offer him a virgin at night. It was nothing more than to borrow the seed so that the future generations would have more powerful talents. The old elder and the rest must have had the same thought. The next morning, Qing Qing, who had woken up early, brought the water to Yi Chen's room door. "Brother Yi, it's time to wake up." She knocked a few times, but there was no movement in the room. Eventually, she could not help but put down the basin and push the door open. At this moment, it was empty. The little girl chased after him in a daze and met the old barbarian elder, Yang Hong, and the others. "Father, Brother Yi has left." When the old elder and the rest returned to Yi Chen's room, they saw a row of majestic words carved on the table. The most eye-catching words were the indestructible body. This, the old elder stared at the small row of words and trembled. "It's an ultimate divine skill, the ultimate divine skill, sir, you left for us." Qing Qing and the others were also stunned. Plop! Thump! The old elder ignored his old age and took the lead to kneel down outside the house. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Thank you, Sir Yi, for bestowing this divine skill upon us. The Berserker village will never forget it." 1,000 miles away from the barbarian village, in the Dark Dragon tribe. As the largest tribe within a radius of 1,000 miles, they ruled over hundreds of villages similar to the barbarian village. Their population numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The tribe's great elder, Wu Changling, had lived for more than 300 years. He had broken the 3 treasures of the human body and refined his qi and blood into one. He was given the title of Barbarian King. The title of Great Elder was an absolute deterrent in the Dark Dragon tribe. He was infamous even in the surrounding tribes. A bunch of useless fools. It's been 5 days, and we still can't find that person. It's enough even if we dig 3 feet into the ground. At that moment, Wu Changling, who was dressed in a long black robe, sat alone in his mansion. His expression was grim. There are less than 10 days to the deadline set by the Great Elder. If there's no result by then, the Dark Dragon tribe will be doomed. The veins on his temples bulged. He was furious, and the intense aura he exuded was so oppressive that the people guarding outside were trembling. At that moment, a cold breeze blew and lifted the curtain of the room. A young man in green walked in slowly. I said, "Get lost. Don't come in without my order." Wu Changling scolded. Wu Changling berated. Then he turned around, and his words came to an abrupt halt. He said with a sullen expression, "Who are you? Who allowed you to come in?" However, the young man in green acted as if he did not hear him. He walked to Wu Changling and sat down next to him. "Be ****starred." Wu Changling's towering anger finally erupted. He fiercely sent out a palm strike that whistled towards the young man's face, emitting a faint killing intent. However, in the next second, He realized that his fist could not move when it was less than an inch away from the young man's face. In an instant, a thick sense of fear appeared on his face. A powerhouse. He was at least an emperor-level powerhouse. Yi Chen looked at him quietly with a calm expression. If I were you, I'd put away the killing intent in me if I don't want to die. Yes, yes, Wu Changling broke out in cold sweat. You're right, sir. May I know who you are? Why do you need me? I want a map, Yi Chen said slowly. A map that leads to the Sky Demon County from the Dark Dragon tribe or even other counties. Do it as soon as possible. Yes, at that moment, countless splendor flashed through Wu Changling's eyes, but he nodded calmly. Sir, the map is hanging on the wall behind me. Yi Chen looked up and waved his hand. The map landed in his hand. At the sight of this, the astonishment in Wu Changling's eyes intensified. Telekinesis. Even the barbarian sovereign wouldn't be able to do something like this. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Recently, unfamiliar powerhouses have appeared in the wildlands. Now that this person has suddenly appeared in my Dark Dragon tribe, I must report this to the Sky Demon County. Yi Chen turned around and was about to leave when he noticed a painting on the table. The man in the painting was Ying. At the next moment, he suddenly turned around and placed his palm on Wu Changling's head. On the way to the Sky Demon County, Yi Chen's gaze kept changing. So Ying is wanted by the Sky Demon County. This guy is too daring. He actually sucked the daughter of the Sky Demon County Lord. Through the soul-searching technique on Wu Changling, he found out that Ying had first arrived in the Sky Demon County. He seemed to have been injured, and it wasn't light. For some reason, he sucked the daughter of the Sky Demon County Lord. As a result, the Sky Demon County Lord was furious and sent countless experts to kill Ying. The former had more than 10 barbarian saints under his command. Barbarian saints? Thinking to this point, Yi Chen could not help but narrow his eyes. I wonder how he compares to the ancient barbarian world's martial saints. And Wu Shuang? He frowned. Perhaps Wu Changling's strength is too low and he hasn't come into contact with this level of information. It seems like I can only break through from the Sky Demon County Lord. In Wu Changling's memory, the Sky Demon County Lord was very powerful. His body was so monstrous that he could transform into a giant and break mountains and rivers. However, to Yi Chen, so what? Even if he didn't use his true origin energy, he had never been afraid of anyone in terms of the strength of his body. Between the mountains, there were powerful beasts running amok in the forest. After Yi Chen sped for 2,000 kilometers, he saw that the Sky Demon County was right in front of him. However, he stopped in his tracks and lowered his head to look at the dense forest below. There was an intense battle aura coming from that place, and it was even accompanied by a trace of ferocious corpse energy. It's Ying. Yi Chen's eyes focused, and he suddenly descended. In the towering forest that passed through the river, killing intent filled the air. Birds flew away and flocks of birds scattered. A low, angry roar rang out. You think you can kill me with just a few pieces of trash? P.S. 2 chapters today, 5 chapters tomorrow. I've done what I said before. End of this chapter. Chapter 1282. You want to kill me with just a few pieces of trash? Hearing that voice, Yi Chen calmly landed on a towering ancient tree and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an evil-looking man wearing a black dragon robe. The man's body was filled with monstrous corpse energy, and his fangs were bared. His eyes were very bright and captivating. The pair of purple-gold bone wings on his back had broken countless ancient trees, and there were shocking scars on them. Victory indeed! At that moment, Yi Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The ground shook violently, the ancient trees swayed, and several disgusting smells came from the forest. At the same time, there was also a terrifying fiendish aura. You killed our master's daughter. You deserve to die. Suddenly, a 30-meter tall, golden-furred bear burst out of the ground. There was a pair of extremely sharp horns on its head. "Come back with us and accept Master's punishment." Another huge black ape king appeared. The giant ape emitted a dark light, and black fog covered the sky like an unparalleled demon king. Soon after, 3 more huge figures attacked. They were a giant golden wolf that was as tall as a small mountain, a tall and mighty old man, and a gray dragon. These 5 figures had terrifying auras that were extremely frightening. They completely sealed off the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. Sky Demon 5 Saints. In the huge primitive forest, there was a great ferocious beast. Countless ferocious beasts in the forest moved thousands of kilometers away in fear of being caught up in it. Everyone knew that the lord of the Sky Demon country had 5 peerless generals under him. They were known as the Sky Demon 5 Saints, but no one knew why they had all come. Ing expressionlessly looked at the 5 terrifying figures around him. "What, only a few pieces of trash like you came? Mysterious powerhouse, you won't be able to escape." The tall old man quietly looked at Ing, who was surrounded by them, and said, "Master is angry and has sealed off the entire Sky Demon country. Even if you fail, you won't be able to escape. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just capture him." With an earth-shattering roar, the gray dragon took the lead and charged at Ing, launching a fierce attack. Its huge body almost covered the sky and earth, and it was wrapped in an incomparably heavy aura. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying light shot toward Ing. "Roar!" Ing let out a long roar, and the fangs on the corner of his mouth grew several times bigger. Endless corpse aura gushed out, and the purple-gold bone wings on his back flapped as he took the initiative to meet the former's attack. Boom! Terrifying vibrations shook everything. Mountain rocks tumbled down, giant trees snapped, and the ground cracked open. Shockwaves swept in all directions. "Gotcha!" Under Yi Chen's gaze, Ing actually resisted the gray WRM's fatal attack head-on. Then she got close and tore the WYRM apart with her hands alone. Even so, his chest was still pierced by the flood dragon before it died, and blood gushed out crazily. "You dare to kill the gray flood dragon, you will die today." After the tall old man and the others were enraged, they directly joined forces to kill Ing. There was no fluctuation of yuan qi, only an incomparably pure physical collision, very violent and shocking. Bang! Ing Chong was blasted flying and smashed into a small hill. The purplish gold bone wings on his body were forcefully broken off and fell to the ground, causing a ghastly sight of fresh blood. "Mysterious expert, you're injured." The tall old man and the rest approached together and shook their heads. "Otherwise, we would definitely not be your match." What a pity! With that, he was about to deliver the final blow. Ing Lin was not afraid. Instead, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Mad Southerny, how long are you going to watch? Don't you want to go back?" As soon as he finished speaking, the tall old man and the others stopped in their tracks and looked around cautiously. "There's actually a powerhouse watching from the side." Thinking to this point, the tall old man looked around and said in a deep voice, "Since you're here, show yourself." Buzz, 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 under everyone's gaze, the leaves on an ancient tree suddenly fell at the same time, along with a skinny young man. Seeing that, a golden-furred bear immediately sneered and spoke in human language. "I was wondering who was hiding, so it's a brat." "This brat has thin arms and broken legs. I can kill him with a single slap." The giant ape king also sneered. Yi Chen ignored their mockery and walked to Ing slowly. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "How did you guess that I'm here?" "Intuition." Ing stood up and looked at him quietly. "I know you too well. My intuition tells me that you're watching from the sidelines." "Intuition?" Yi Chen chuckled softly. Clearly, he did not believe him. Then he took a closer look at the injuries on his body and said, "You're too weak now. A great emperor has fallen to such a state. How sad. How much better can you be than me?" Ing was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, you fought with the Immortal Palace, right?" Yi Qin did not answer his question and said, "I can save you, but you have to tell me how to leave this place after that." Ing nodded and said, "Sure." While the two of them were talking, the tall old man laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save this person?" To them, Yi Chen's weak appearance was far inferior to Ing. Even if he was somewhat powerful, there was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, there were 4 of them. "Brat, go to hell." The giant golden wolf that was like a small mountain howled and pounced at Yi Qin directly. At the same time, it raised its claws that could tear through the air and slapped Yi Chen's head. Its ferocious might was monstrous, and even the air was trembling. The tall old man and the rest could not help but reveal a cruel expression when they saw that. It was as if they could see Yi Chen being smashed into meat paste by the former's claws. However, the next scene caused the smiles on their faces to freeze. Facing such a fierce attack from the giant golden wolf, Yi Chen suddenly lifted his head and looked at him. Divine light suddenly erupted from the depths of his calm eyes. "Ah!" The giant golden wolf screamed on the spot before its body exploded. It fell from the sky and died instantly. The sudden scene caused the expressions of the tall old man and the rest to change abruptly. They looked at Yi Chen with fear again. One had to know that the Golden Wolf King was a barbarian saint. Not to mention the Sky Demon County. Even in the entire Wildlands, he was considered a powerhouse. However, he was killed by Yi Chen's glare? Who exactly are you? The tall old man took a deep breath in and stared at Yi Chen. His eyes flickered nonstop. "We are martial saints of the Sky Demon County. Lord Sky Demon's subordinates. Please, you guys are too weak." Boom! Yi Chen slapped his hand, and the giant golden palm pressed down. It was as vast as the stars as it surged toward the tall old man. "If you like Evil Dad in the City, please collect Evil Dad in the City." Chapter 1283. Under the horrified gazes of the other two, the tall old man's body was like a weathered stone, gradually turning into dust and scattering with the wind. Dead silence. The surroundings were dead silent. The remaining black ape and giant golden bear watched that scene in shock. Their bodies were trembling. Clearly, they were shocked by Yi Chen's terrifying technique. At that moment, a sharp gaze shot over. The 2 of them shuddered immediately and knelt heavily before Yi Chen. They prostrated themselves and said, "Sir, spare us, spare us!" He killed 2 barbarian saints in an instant. Under such a person, they could not resist at all. They did not even dare to escape. Yi Chen was just too terrifying. Yi Chen walked over slowly and looked at the 2 demons in a condescending manner. He said calmly, "Answer a question of mine, and I might spare your lives." "Sir, please ask." The black ape forcefully suppressed the shock in its heart and stammered, "We'll definitely tell you everything we know." "Have you heard of Yi Wushuang?" Yi Chen looked at the 2 demons as if he was examining them. He enunciated word by word. "This person is dressed in white. He's only 17 or 18 years old, and he's good at swordsmanship." The 2 demons were still at a loss when they heard the name Yi Wushuang. However, their expressions changed when they heard the second half of Yi Chen's sentence. They seemed to have thought of something and hesitated to speak. "Humph." Yi Chen scoffed coldly. The scoff exploded in the 2 demons' minds like thunder. The 2 demons let out a miserable shriek and completely put away the little tricks in their hearts. The giant golden bear cried out involuntarily, "Sir, we've heard about the person you're talking about, but we're not sure if he's the person you're looking for." "Where is this person now?" Yi Chen was overjoyed. The giant golden bear said in fear, "This person isn't in our Sky Demon County. We've heard Master mention him. It said that this person appeared in our wildlands half a month ago and caused the 9 county lords to join forces to deal with him." The 9 county lords? Yi Chen was delighted at first, but then his gaze turned cold. Why did the 9 county lords join forces to deal with him? What happened after that? We don't know the details. The giant black ape trembled with fear and trepidation. Only our masters know about this. Later on, this person seemed to have disappeared. It's said that 3 county lords were killed by his sword. My lord were telling the truth. The giant golden bear was afraid that Yi Qin would not believe it, so it cried for help. In the eastern part of the wildlands stood a huge city. This city stretched for thousands of meters, and the entire city wall was like a ferocious beast standing between the mountains, causing people to feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. The 3 majestic and domineering words, Sky Demon Country, were written above the city gate. Occasionally, people would enter and leave the city, but they had to go through strict questioning. Inside the Sky Demon Country city, Lord's Mansion, there was a violent aura. Countless armored people were kneeling at the door with their heads lowered and their bodies trembling. Trash, a bunch of trash. The blood food this time is too stinky. What are you all doing? Following that, an extremely furious voice rang out from within the room. Immediately, all the guards felt an incomparable piercing pain in their eardrums, and some even fainted. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flew out from the room. It was a woman with a pale face, and no aura came from her body. Her eyes were wide open, as if she had experienced some kind of fear before her death. Give me another one. Along with the woman's corpse was the voice from before. Someone immediately responded and turned around to leave. Inside the room, a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist was pacing back and forth. Every step he took gave off a terrifying aura. The burly man shouted, "The Golden Wolf King and the others have been gone for so long. Why haven't they returned yet?" If the old elder of the barbarian village was here, he would be shocked to find that the burly man before him was the lord of the Sky Demon Country, someone who controlled the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. "My lord!" A powerful person walked in, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, "The 5 lords sent a message saying that they found that person's whereabouts. I think they should be back soon." When the lord of the Sky Demon Country heard this, his eyes lit up. Logically speaking, it should be easy for the Golden Wolf King and the others to deal with an injured person. But why do I suddenly feel like there's a thorn in my back? At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside. "My lord, the giant ape king and the others have returned." In an instant, 2 burly figures entered the house. They were the giant black ape and the giant golden bear. "Giant ape, why are only the 2 of you back?" The lord of the Sky Demon Country looked at the 2 demons kneeling before him with a sharp gaze. "Where is that person?" "My lord, there is a tribe rebellion in the west. The Golden Wolf King and the others went to suppress it." The giant black ape's eyes changed a few times, and then he picked up a wooden box wrapped in black cloth. "As for that person, he has already been killed by us. His head is inside the box." With that, he carefully handed over the wooden box. The lord of the Sky Demon Country's eyes lit up, and he took it. He took off the black cloth as if he was going to open it to take a look. At this moment, the giant black ape and the giant golden bear looked at each other and shouted, "Attack!" Boom! In an instant, the 2 demons suddenly charged toward the lord of the Sky Demon Country with terrifying attacks. Just at this moment, the seemingly defenseless lord of the Sky Demon Country let out a cold snort. 8 ferocious tentacles suddenly appeared behind him as if he had been possessed by an 8-armed demon. Plop! Plop! The giant black ape and the giant black ape were knocked back and coughed out blood. Their expressions were extremely weak. The entire process was extremely fast. It happened in the blink of an eye. "I knew the 2 of you were up to no good." The lord of the Sky Demon Country quietly looked at the 2 demons, and his eyes became cold. "I just didn't expect the 2 of you to dare to offend me." As the lord of the Sky Demon Country, he controlled one of the 9 countries of the wild, desolate region, and controlled the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as a ruthless person. The giant black ape and the giant black ape had served him for hundreds of years and had always been loyal. Now that they had suddenly betrayed him, how could he not be suspicious? Most importantly, for some unknown reason, a trace of a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. With that, he took a step forward and walked toward the two demons. I'm very curious. Where did this dog-egg come from to dare to betray me? Of course it's because of me. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from outside. Then a skinny young man walked in with his hands behind his back. He walked very slowly, and his white hair fluttered behind his shoulders. He seemed to ignore everything, as if he was looking down on everything. Chapter 1284. Master! He's the lord of the Sky Demon County, Wei Yundi. The two demons, who were initially in despair, were overjoyed when they saw Yi Qin. It was as if they had seen their savior. Before they came, they were forced to acknowledge Yi Qin as their master in order to survive. Then, they followed Yi Qin's order to return to the Sky Demon County to capture Wei Yundi. However, they did not expect the latter to see through them. It's okay if you don't know me. Yi Qin entered with his hands behind his back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes when he looked at Wei Yundi. But there's someone you must know. With that, she nodded slightly and said, and you can come out now. As soon as he said that, a black shadow appeared in the spacious hall like a ghost. Then, a sinister face was revealed. It's you. Seeing who it was, Wei Yundi's gloomy expression immediately changed. You still dare to appear in front of me? Ying Jingjing had been sent to this barren land by the Immortal Palace and was severely injured. She accidentally saw Wei Yundi's daughter and forcefully sucked her blood. Unexpectedly, Wei Yundi, who had rushed over, witnessed it. Naturally, an intense battle broke out between the two of them. In the end, Ying Jingjing, who was already injured, escaped. Ying Jingjing looked at Wei Yundi, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her lips. Princess Fu, I bet you didn't expect us to meet again. Wei Yundi's expression changed slightly. He then looked at Yi Qin all of a sudden. Sir, this person killed my beloved daughter. The two of us are mortal enemies. Are you sure you want to stand up for him? Although he did not know Yi Qin's methods and abilities, he could tell that there was something fishy about the two demons' betrayal. I didn't want to interfere in your matter. Yi Qin placed his hands behind his back, his expression calm. However, you joined forces with someone to hurt my brother. That's my business. Sir, Wei Yundi frowned and said, We've never met before. We don't know each other. When did I hurt your brother? This person's name is Yi Wushuang, Yi Qin spoke slowly. Before he could finish, he saw Wei Yundi's expression change. You're from the outside world, too. Since you know my identity, Yi Qin said, I'll give you a chance. As long as you tell me where my brother is, I'll spare your life. Shameless boasting. Wei Yundi narrowed his eyes and sneered, Do you really think that you have the strength to fight me just by controlling these two pieces of trash? Boom! His body shook violently and 8 ferocious tentacles instantly appeared behind him. Each of them was covered with sharp barbs, and there was a strong cold air gushing out from them. Since you've walked right into my trap, don't even think about leaving. Wei Yundi grinned ferociously and leaped all of a sudden. His 8 ferocious tentacles charged at Yi Qin like a roaring 8-armed demon. Master, be careful! The giant black ape and the giant golden bear screamed in unison. Their hearts were in their throats. If Yi Qin was no match for the giant black ape, one could imagine what would happen to them. So, it's an 8-winged centipede, Yi Qin came to a realization. He then used his finger as a saber, and a golden divine glow exploded between his fingers. He turned into a stream of light and charged at Wei Yundi. At that moment, goosebumps rose all over Wei Yundi's body. 2 ferocious tentacles came to block Yi Qin's attack as if they were trying to neutralize it. Ah, However, facing the golden divine glow, Wei Yundi was horrified to find that 2 of his tentacles had been cut off directly. The pain made him scream. The remaining 6 ferocious tentacles expanded and charged at Yi Qin. They were like 6 terrifying divine chains of order that pierced through the air. "You're so stubborn." Yi Qin scoffed and waved his hand. A branch flew over from outside the house. He held the branch in his hand and gently swept at the 6 ferocious tentacles. All 6 of them were broken. Wei Yundi shrieked as blood spurted out of his body. He was thrown out hard. His eyes were filled with intense horror when he looked at Yi Qin again. The 8 tentacles were what he was most confident about. They had existed since he was born, and any one of them could break a mountain range. However, they were so weak in Yi Chen's hands. How could he not be terrified by this? The giant black ape and the giant golden bear, who had retreated far away, were already stunned. Clearly, they did not expect the Sky Demon County Lord, who was supreme in their eyes, to be unable to gain any advantage over Yi Chen at all. The giant black ape and the giant golden bear could not help but look at each other as they thought to this point. They could see the deep fear in each other's eyes. "Fortunately, we didn't resist earlier." Wei Yundi endured the pain in his body and looked at Yi Chen in fear. "Sir, do you really want to be my enemy? Tell me where my brother is, and I'll leave your corpse in one piece." Yi Chen took a step forward, intimidating him greatly. "Roar!" Wei Yundi suddenly roared. He opened his mouth and spat. A shocking beam of light tore through the air amidst the surging energy and charged at Yi Chen. It was a green pearl that was merely the size of a pigeon's egg. However, it exuded an ancient and terrifying aura as if it contained an ancient, ferocious beast. The moment they saw the green pearl, extreme shock surged in the eyes of the giant black ape and the giant golden bear. They seemed to have recalled something. "Master, be careful. That's the heavenly demon pearl." The giant black ape cried out in shock. The heavenly demon pearl is a divine item of the wildlands. It's said to be able to suppress everything. Yi Chen's expression was calm. He merely extended his hand, gently, as if he wanted to grab the pearl. However, as soon as he held the pearl in his hand, he felt a violent force spread from his palm to his entire body, wreaking havoc in his body. "Interesting." Yi Chen grunted and held the green pearl forcefully. He then cut off the mental connection between Wei Yundi and him. "Blurg!" Wei Yundi spat a mouthful of blood and his face turned extremely pale. "Impossible! How could you withstand a blow from the heavenly demon pearl?" It was his greatest reliance. It could be said that the reason why he could become the Sky Demon County Lord was because of the heavenly demon pearl. Over the years, the heavenly demon pearl had resolved countless crises for him. However, Yi Chen had taken it away from him. At the next moment, Yi Chen approached him from afar and slapped his palm on the top of his head. He activated the soul-searching tactic to read his memory forcefully. Nobody knew how long had passed when Yi Chen retracted his palm. He looked at Wei Yundi, who was staring blankly, and said to Ing, who was next to him, "I'll leave him to you." Ing moved and teleported to Wei Yundi's side instantly. 2 fangs suddenly appeared and pierced the latter's neck mercilessly. When the giant black ape and the giant black ape saw that, their hearts trembled. They were even more determined to betray Yi Chen. Yi Chen turned a blind eye to that. Instead, he lifted his head to look at the 2 of them. "Both of you get ready immediately. Follow me to Tianhuang County. If you like Evil Dad in the City, please collect Evil Dad in the City." Chapter 1285. In the vast void, a gigantic bird the size of a small mountain flapped its wings and flew, heading straight for the Tianhuang County that was 5,000 kilometers away. Yi Chen stood on the back of the bird and looked at the towering mountains that passed by. He could not help but urge, "How long until we get there?" The reason why he was in such a hurry to rush to the Tianhuang County was because he had searched Wei Yundi's soul and found out that Yi Wuxuang had appeared in the Tianhuang County and was suspected to be taken in by the lord of the Tianhuang County. After the other 8 counties, including the Sky Demon County, received the news, they had already sent powerhouses to the Tianhuang County to force the lord of the Tianhuang County to hand over Yi Wushuang. Hearing his words, the bird paused and said in awe, "Master, we'll be there in 2 hours at most." Its name was Mountain Eagle, and it was one of the wild beasts under the lord of the Sky Demon County, Wei Yundi. After Wei Yundi died, Yi Chen controlled all of his subordinates and took control of the Sky Demon County. Hearing that, Yi Chen frowned and looked at Ing. "How long will it take for you to recover?" "I'm too badly injured," Ing said calmly. "When the Immortal Palace attacked me that day, it almost shattered my body. A mere Wei Yundi isn't enough for me to recover unless I find my avatar." "Your avatar is here?" Yi Chen was surprised. Ing avoided the topic and changed the topic. "I keep my promise. If you want to leave this place, you still need to find the ghost ship. If I remember correctly, you said that the ghost ship is in this forbidden sea." Yi Chen squinted and looked at him. "Where is the ghost ship in the forbidden sea now?" Ing said word by word, "The end of the darkness." Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly when he said that, "The end of the darkness? In other words, at night?" "No." Ing shook his head and said, "You should have noticed the abnormality of this world. Once it's night, no one dares to be in the dark. They all rely on the stone statues to protect them." He could not help but glance at Yi Chen as he said that, "In this world there will be day and night. There will be yin and yang. Have you ever thought about why the night on Earth and the ancient desolate realm is fine, but this place is in such a situation?" As soon as he said that, Yi Chen's pupils constricted violently. "Are you saying that it's not because of the night, but because darkness will invade the night as soon as it's night time?" Ing Zhan looked at him and nodded slightly. "That's why I said the ghost ship is at the end of the darkness. If you want to find the whereabouts of the ghost ship, you must first find the end of the darkness." Yi Chen said nothing, but his eyes could not stop flickering. "It seems like I'll have to venture into this so-called darkness after I find Wushuang." The darkness could devour the flesh and blood of living people, but he was not afraid. 5,000 kilometers away from the Sky Demon County, the Heaven Desolate County. As one of the 9 counties of the wasteland world, the Heaven Wasteland County was the most mysterious of the 9 counties. Over the countless years, the other 8 counties had changed masters countless times. On the other hand, there had never been news of a change of dynasty in the Heaven Wasteland Province. It was rumored that the first person, the Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Province, was the person who had lived the longest in the savage world. There were also rumors that the other 8 county lords had never seen the Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Province. The trivial matters of the Heaven Wasteland Province were all handled by the son of the Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Province, Yi Wentian. However, at this moment, the Heaven Wasteland Province was surrounded by 7 counties. The 7 counties had joined forces with thousands of tribes to surround the former, so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The murderous aura almost covered the world. Above Heaven Wasteland City, countless people guarding the city focused their attention as they stared solemnly at the bottom of the city. There were many people with intimidating auras there, especially the dozen or so figures on the dozen or so ferocious beasts that were leading them. Just a single breath was enough to freeze the air. "Yi Ing Luo, I'll give your Heaven Wasteland Province another 30 minutes. A man in black stood on a bat-like wild beast at the bottom of the city wall. The man in black was filled with a heart-palpitating power. The man in black looked straight at a woman on the city wall and said coldly, "If you don't hand over that brat, we'll attack the city and leave no one alive in your Heaven Wasteland Province." That's right. Beside him, an old man bathed in black mist shouted, "Your Heaven Wasteland Province may be strong, but it's not strong enough to resist the combined strength of our 7 counties." His voice reverberated throughout the world. At this moment, there was a graceful woman in purple on the city wall. She bit her lips as she watched all of this with an ugly expression. She was the most beloved granddaughter of the Lord of the Heaven Wasteland Province, Yi Ingluo. She was extremely talented and had reached the venerable Berserker realm at the age of 20. She was in charge of the coalition army of the 7 counties. Hearing the threat from below, Yi Ingluo pursed her lips and said to an old man behind her, "You guys guard here. If there are any changes, immediately inform me." "Eldest miss, don't worry." The person nodded. Only then did Yi Ingluo turn around and leave. Heaven Wasteland Province. The atmosphere in a large hall in the city was tense. Countless people's gazes were locked onto the figure at the top. It was a middle-aged man. His face was dignified without being angry, and his eyes were sharp. However, there was deep worry between his brows. This person was the only son of the Sky Demon Country's lord, Yi Wentian Yi Yufeng. One of the experts present couldn't help but say, "Lord Yi, now that 7 counties are pressing down on us, what should we do? You need to make a decision soon." "Yeah." Another person stood up and said hesitantly, "Right now, many of our subordinates are panicking. If it wasn't for us suppressing them, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. However, we can't keep dragging on like this. In my opinion, we should hand over that kid." A gray-robed old man in the crowd said with a sinister expression, "Our Heaven Wasteland country alone is not a match for the coalition army of the 7 counties. It is also said that aside from the 3 dead country lords and the Sky Demon Country, Lord Weiyundi, the other 4 country lords are all present." Yi Yufeng had a worried frown on his face as he faced everyone's comments. From time to time, he would look at the ancestral shrine because that was where his father was in closed-door training. At this moment, a series of rapid footsteps could be heard, and Yi Ingluo quickly walked in. "The people outside have given the order to give us 1 more incense stick of time. If we don't hand over that guy after that time is up, they will launch a large-scale attack." The moment these words came out, the entire hall exploded. Many of the people who spoke before became anxious. "Lord Yi, this matter concerns our life and death. Please make a decision, quickly." Yi Yufeng's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but clasp his hands toward the ancestral shrine. "Father, what should we do now? Please tell us." After he finished speaking, he didn't have much hope because his father was in closed-door training all year round and didn't see him even once every few decades. The only reason his father came out of closed-door training recently was because that kid named Yi appeared at Heaven Wasteland City. Under everyone's nervous gazes, the door of the ancestral shrine slowly opened and an old figure slowly walked out. Everyone who likes the devilish nanny in the city. Devilish nanny in the city. Chapter 1286. It was an old man. His hair was all white and his body was extremely old. It was as if every step he took was extremely difficult. However, it was precisely his appearance that caused the extremely clamorous hall to instantly quiet down. Everyone, including Yi Yufeng, looked at the old man with respect. The old man was like a stabilizing force in their hearts. Because the old man was the lord of the Sky Desolate Province, Yi Wentian. The old man was staggering, but everyone felt that his movement technique was extremely profound. 1 second, he was 1,000 meters away, and the next second, he was within reach. "Grandpa!" Yi Ingluo immediately went up to greet him. Yi Wentian stood still and looked at everyone in the hall. No one dared to look him in the eye. His gaze finally locked onto Yi Yufeng. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth and said one word, "Fight! Fight!" An incomparably simple word rang out from his mouth. It was as if it possessed an extremely great demonic power, causing everyone to be shocked again and again. Fight! This meant that the Sky Desolate Province would be able to fight against the coalition army of 7 counties. Yi Yufeng's pupils shrank and he gasped, "Dad, is it worth it for that brat? His surname is Yi." Yi Wentian's lips moved. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Feng'er, Are you afraid? Yi Yufeng's heart trembled. He wanted to speak, but stopped. The men of the Yi family are the descendants of the Dong Li Emperor. Yi Wintian's words were powerful. Why would the men of the Yi family be afraid of death? Yi Yingluo was infected by this spirit. Her face turned red and she clenched her fist. Fight! Yi Yufeng couldn't help but bitterly smile. After taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Then let's fight." The moment he said this, someone in the hall angrily said, "Princess, are you all crazy? My sky demon country becoming enemies with 7 counties is like hitting a stone with an egg." "Forgive me, but my Li Hua tribe can't play with you anymore." After saying this, that person was about to leave. Yi Wintian's cloudy eyes looked at him. With just one glance, that person's body exploded into a bloody mist. Dead silence. The hall was dead silent. Yi Wintian's ancient voice rang out in every corner of the palace. "Who else wants to retreat?" No one dared to speak again. In an instant, everyone fell to one knee, their voices shaking the heavens. "Fight! Fight to the death! All of you, follow me. When the city is breached, it will be the day of our deaths." Yi Yufeng let out a long roar and took the lead to walk out of the main hall. Yi Yingluo followed, closely behind him. Everyone was affected by his imposing manner and also walked out. Yi Wentian, who remained where he was, took a deep look at the ancestral shrine. A hint of anticipation flashed across his murky eyes. "Little friend, today my Yi clan will sacrifice our lives to protect you. I only hope that our choice was not wrong." Over there was a white-robed youth with a sword-like body. He was facing a sword steel that was dripping with blood and comprehending it with his eyes closed. The sword steel contained monstrous sword qi. With that, Yi Wentian closed his eyes and murmured, "Dong Li Imperial Lord, back then, before you died, you asked us to escape to the Taboo Ocean to take refuge. 10,000 years have passed, and your unfilial descendant Wentian has been thinking of ways to extend his lifespan for 10,000 years, all because he wanted to wait for the arrival of the person you prophesied. You said that person's surname is Yi. You said that person can break the curse of darkness. You said that person can lead us out of the sea of suffering. And you asked me to hand over the sword steel you left for him to comprehend. I only hope that our choice today will not be wrong." Suddenly, Yi Wentian opened his eyes again. With a flash of his figure, he stepped on the void and turned into a gust of wind. On the city wall, Yi Yufeng arrived with Yi Yingluo and the others. Below, the Lord of Skywood County said loudly, "Yi Yufeng, have you made up your mind? Our patience is limited. There's no need to consider." Without waiting for Yi Yufeng to speak, Yi Wentian's old voice came from afar. "Lord of Skywood County, this old man has been in seclusion for countless years. Today, I would like to learn from you juniors." The next moment, Yi Wentian's figure landed on the city wall. "Yi Wentian." Below, the Lord of Skywood County's eyes narrowed. "You old man, you're not dead. Attack!" The Lord of Skywater County roared, with a blue bead in his mouth. As his voice faded, monstrous waves rolled over from afar, like a tsunami. Yi Wentian frowned. "Sky water bead." Boom! The Lord of Skythunder County took out a purple bead, which rose into the sky and pierced through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it caused the wind and clouds to change. Kacha! A red bead appeared above the Lord of Skywood County's head. Under everyone's gaze, countless towering ancient trees and vines suddenly sprouted from the ground. Even the indestructible city walls were pierced through by the thick and solid trees. The golden bead in the Lord of Skygold County's hand blossomed with thousands of rays of divine light. In an instant, all the weapons in the hands of the city guards were sucked into the bead. The numerous experts of Tianhuang City, who were prepared to fight to the death, had never seen such a terrifying scene. In an instant, their fighting spirit disappeared. leaving only despair on their faces. Sky water bead, sky thunder bead, sky wood bead, sky gold bead. Yi Wentian's lips moved slightly, revealing endless bitterness in his smile. You really think highly of me to actually use 4 spirit beads. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. It then turned into a huge black hole that hovered above his head. Heavenly, desolate bead. At that moment, the gazes of the Lord of Skywada County and the other 3 froze. The 9 Wildlands counties each had a county guarding spirit bead, and today they had all revealed 5 of them. Old fool ye, even with the heavenly desolate bead in hand, you are still no match for us. The Lord of Sky Thunder County sneered before activating the Sky Thunder bead above his head with all his might. A terrifying pressure immediately surged and pressed down on Yi Wentian. The Skywood County and the other 2 also activated it with all their might. Rumble! In an instant, for unparalleled pressures attacked Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian's face paled, and he could not help but vomit blood. Bang! The heavenly desolate bead above his head shattered on the spot. The Lord of Skygold County could not help but laugh when he saw this. Ha ha ha! Your heavenly desolate bead has shattered. Let's see how you stop us today. Is my Yi family really going to be destroyed today? Yi Wentian's face was filled with despair. And at that moment, under everyone's gazes, a beam of sword chi suddenly shot into the sky from within Tianhuang province, like a giant pillar of light piercing through the sky. If you want to destroy the Yi family, you'll have to ask the sword in my hand first. As a cold voice rang out, a white-clothed figure swept over from within Tianhuang province, like a sword light. The figure had a handsome face and was dressed in snow-white clothes, as if he had crossed the river of time to arrive. P.S. Sorry for the long wait for the 5th chapter. Today's update has been completed. I've kept my promise. The flawless chapter of Monster Nanny in the City will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There will be no advertisements on the site, so please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. Everyone who likes Monster Nanny in the City, please bookmark Monster Nanny in the City. Chapter 1287. The world was silent. At that moment, all eyes in the world were focused on the figure that looked like a young sword immortal. Only the young man's white clothes fluttered in the wind. He was a peerless talent, but his face was slightly pale. Everything in the world paled in comparison to him. His appearance caused countless swords and weapons to tremble violently, as if they were about to leave their hands. On the city wall, Yi Ingluo stared at the white-robed figure in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with splendor. That kid actually dared to show himself? The eyes of the Skywood County Lord and the others flashed coldly. Before this, the 8 county lords had joined forces to deal with him. They had used the 9 spiritual pearls together to injure him. Even so, among the 9 of them, the lords of Skywind County, Skyearth County, and Skyfar County had been killed by him. With such talent, if they didn't completely kill him, he would definitely become their nightmare in the future. This was also the reason why they did not hesitate to join forces to suppress the Heaven Wasteland province and force Yi Wentian to hand over this child. At that moment, Yi Wentian, who had already given up all hope, couldn't help but say, "Little friend, you're already injured. You can't. I'll only use 3 swords." A calm voice came out of Yi Wushuang's mouth. "If I can't kill you guys in 3 strikes, I'll go with you guys." As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar immediately arose in the silent world. Against the combined forces of the 4 commanderies, he only used 3 strikes. He even said that if he couldn't kill anyone with his 3 swords, he would willingly leave with the 4 prefectural lords. After all, the 4 county lords were the pinnacle existences in the Wildlands, coupled with the spiritual pearl in their hands. Who could possibly kill them? All of you back off. Yi Wushuang glanced at Yi Wentian, Yi Ingluo, and the rest who were ready to fight to the death. The crowd abruptly retreated. Yi Wentian's lips quivered, as if he were hesitating. However, in the end he sighed and stepped off to the side. In an instant, the white-robed figure was the only one left on the city wall. The white-robed figure looked at the 4 county lords below the city wall. Space seemed to have solidified. It was frightening. The 4 county lords coldly snorted. With a step, they stepped into the void and triggered a phenomenon. "Ignorant child," the leader of the Sky Thunder County Lord sneered and said, "if you were at your peak, we might be a little afraid of you. But last time, you were already seriously injured. This time, you still dare to boast that you want to kill us with 3 strikes? If you know what's good for you," the Skywood County Lord coldly said, "you should have fallen to the ground earlier and bowed to us. Perhaps we would have considered leaving your corpse intact." Yi Wushuang closed his eyes slowly as if he did not hear anything. He seemed to be sensing something. "You're still putting on an act, even when you're about to die." The Lord of Tianshui County was so angry that he laughed. In the next moment, the wind started to move in the seemingly frozen space. At the same time, a supreme aura that surpassed all swords suddenly erupted from Yi Wushuang's body. Swoosh, 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 swoosh! At that moment, countless sword-type weapons in the world began to tremble and hum. Even the swords in the hands of the 4 county lords were no exception. Clang, clang, clang! Countless sword-type weapons vibrated more and more violently. Some people held on to their weapons tightly, but they realized that the weapons in their hands had been forced out of their hands uncontrollably. Under everyone's shocked gazes, countless swords stabbed into the ground and tilted slightly in Yi Wushuang's direction, as if they were worshipping him. "What's going on?" The Sky Gold County Lord's expression changed drastically. This was because even the swords of the 4 of them had left their hands uncontrollably and stabbed into the ground, worshipping Yi Wushuang. As far as the eye could see, the ground was filled with swords. It was like a huge forest of swords, causing one's scalp to go numb. Worship. 10,000 swords worship. Shocking, absolutely shocking. In an instant, the world that was originally filled with killing intent suddenly froze. 10,000 swords worship. Extreme shock and surprise appeared on Yi Wentian's old face. This is the 10,000 swords worship. He comprehended the sword tablet left behind by the Eastly Imperial Lord. Back then, before Yi Dongli died, he asked his descendants to escape to this forbidden ocean to seek refuge. At the same time, he gave them a sword tablet. The sword tablet was something that Yi Dongli had found when he was roaming the void. From the beginning to the end, he had been unable to comprehend it. Unexpectedly, Yi Wushuang had comprehended it today. Quickly stop him. The Sky Thunder County Lord's expression finally changed. His body moved, and he immediately flew towards Yi Wushuang. At that moment, an incomparably calm voice came from Yi Wushuang's mouth. "Who should I kill first?" He slowly shifted his cold gaze onto the Sky Thunder County Lord. "You'll be the first to be killed." The Sky Thunder County Lord's figure stopped abruptly, and his entire body uncontrollably erupted with a strong sense of danger. Without another word, he turned around and wanted to return. At the same time, an unyielding sword intent covered everything in the sky, faintly resonating with the swords that filled the sky. The terrifying sword Dao was accompanied by a sword hum that would not stop until death, shaking the galaxy. Swoosh! The moment Yi Wushuang finished speaking, a white light suddenly appeared in the sky like a bolt from the blue. The white light struck heaven and earth. All the colors paled under this white light. The white light separated heaven and earth, and then split the void into 2. The Sky Thunder County Lord's body did not move at all. His eyes were lifeless as he looked at the white-clothed figure in the distance. Bleck! Suddenly, a bloodstain that was as thick as a needle and thread appeared on his neck. Then, an endless amount of blood spurted out. Plop! Under everyone's gazes, his head slowly drooped, and his body fell heavily to the ground. The Sky Thunder County Lord was dead. Even the heavenly lightning pearl that was known as the treasure of the wilderness that floated above his head had a faint crack on it. At that moment, the world fell into a deathly silence. Countless people's eyes were trembling. It was too fast. The entire process was so fast that no one could react, let alone save the Sky Thunder County Lord. Most importantly, under that terrifying sword intent, no one would be able to make a move. Brother Sky Thunder! At that moment, the eyes of the Skywood County, Skywada County, and Skygold County Lords erupted with intense disbelief. He had killed the Sky Thunder County Lord with a single strike, and that was under the premise that he had a treasure like the heavenly lightning pearl to protect him. If it were the three of them, they would not be able to do it. The three of them could not help but look at the white-clothed figure in the sky, only to see that the latter's face was getting paler. Yi Wuxuang looked straight at the three of them. Next, which one of you will die? His injuries seemed to have worsened. The Sky Gold County Lord stared at the former. Then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly said, "Gentlemen, this brat seems to have paid a huge price to execute that sword strike just now. He definitely won't be able to execute a second sword strike." Chapter 1288. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord of Skywood County and the Lord of Skywada County could not help but look up. They immediately realized that Yi Wuxuang's face was as pale as a sheet. His body was faintly unstable, as if he was at the end of his rope. That's right. The Lord of Skywada County narrowed his eyes, and a cold glint flickered in them. That strike, just now, killed Brother Tianlei. If he could use such a method easily, we wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed last time. This brat is deliberately tricking us. He's just trying to make us retreat. The Lord of Skywood County immediately sneered. Do you really think we're that easy to deceive? Let's attack together. We must kill this brat on the spot. The Lord of Skygold County took a deep breath in, and the Skygold pearl above his head stirred. It immediately erupted with terrifying golden energy, almost turning the void golden. Kill! At that moment, the three county lords joined forces and charged at Yi Wuxuang. 3 heavenly pearls circled above their heads, as if they wanted to sink this world. Second strike, all swords vanish. Yi Wuxuang's expression did not change. Whoosh, wind blew, and countless sword shadows appeared in the air. These sword shadows seemed to be illusory, and they did not seem to have any offensive power. There were more and more sword shadows. In the end, thousands of sword shadows traversed the world, shaking the void and buzzing. What's going on? Why can't I feel any power from these sword shadows? It's as if they don't exist? Countless experts who were paying attention to this scene could not help but frown, their eyes filled with confusion. Even the Lord of Sky Wasteland County, Yi Wentian, was no exception. However, in the next moment, Yi Wuxuang's white clothes suddenly bulged. At the same time, a sword intent that shot into the sky erupted from his body, as if it was connected to the distant immortal world. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the sky. The sword shadows that had no offensive power at all in the eyes of the crowd suddenly erupted with terrifying sword chi. Immediately after, the sword shadows that filled the sky suddenly disappeared. Ding, ding, ding. However, in that instant, the three of them felt a formless wind blow against their protective heavenly jewels. All of a sudden, the sound of metal clashing rang out in the air, and the 3 heavenly jewels protecting the 3 of them began to tremble, as if they were unable to bear the weight. What is this? The Skygold County Lord and the other 2 paled in fright. Sword intent. The Skywood region's people seemed to think of something, and their expressions changed greatly. This child has merged his sword intent into the void, reaching the point where his sword chi can transform into nothingness. Not good, retreat. The Lord of Tianshui County screamed and activated the Tianshui bead above his head to protect himself. Then he frantically retreated. What terrified him was that no matter where he retreated, the wind would blow, and the sword intent that had fused with the void would attack wherever he went. All swords vanish. When Yi Wentian, who was watching from the side, saw this scene, his heart was filled with boundless shock. Fusing the sword will into your body. Such a technique is indeed worthy of being called void of all swords. It's really too terrifying. The world was completely silent. Everyone widened their eyes and held their breaths as they stared fixedly at the scene. Could Yi Wushuang kill the three of them by himself? Break! At that moment, the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two roared repeatedly. They frantically activated the heavenly jewels above their heads, their eyes filled with sharpness. Boom! Boom! 3 terrifying beams of energy erupted from the 3 heavenly jewels, turning into huge beams of light that pierced through heaven and earth. They almost annihilated the void, as if the sky had collapsed. Blurg! At that moment, the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces instantly became extremely dispirited, and it was clear that they had been severely injured. If one looked closely, they would notice that there was a faint crack on the 3 heavenly jewels above their heads. Yi Wushuang's body trembled, and a trace of blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. I still have the 3rd sword. Once the 3rd sword is unleashed, all gods and ghosts will be destroyed. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to unleash the 3rd sword. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and then he fell to the ground like a meteor. We've lost! Yi Wentian and the rest were in despair. Under Yi Wushuang's terrifying sword Dao, the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two managed to survive by relying on the heavenly jewels. Ha ha ha! Following an incomparably complacent laugh, the Skywater County Lord spat out blood and laughed out loud. Brat, looks like Brother Skygold was right. In the end, you still can't unleash the 3rd sword. What a pity. The Skywood County Lord also laughed out loud. If you could unleash the 3rd sword, you would definitely be able to break through our heavenly jewels and kill us. Brat, go to hell! The Sky Gold County Lord forcefully endured his injuries and activated the Sky Gold jewels above his head. With killing intent on his face, he charged towards Yi Wushuang, who was falling rapidly. Oh no! At that moment, Yi Wentian's expression changed. With a flash of his body, he charged towards the Sky Gold County Lord, as if he wanted to stop him. Old man Yi, you want to save him? At the same time, the Skywood County Lord and the other two attacked together, surrounding Yi Wentian. Scram! Yi Wentian's voice was like thunder. Boom! An intense explosion erupted. The Skywater County Lord held onto Yi Wentian tightly and laughed sternly. The more you try to protect that brat, the more we won't let you do as you wish. We'll make you watch as that brat dies. We'll make you watch as your Sky Wasteland County is destroyed. Hearing this, Yi Wentian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Eastly Imperial Lord, is the hope that you brought to my Yi family going to be destroyed today? I can't accept this. He roared at the sky. On the city wall, Yi Inglua's beautiful eyes were filled with despair as she looked at the white-clothed youth who was falling at an extremely fast speed. Is he going to die? She clenched her fists tightly, and a hint of heartache and powerlessness flashed across her clear eyes. Swish! Just as the Sky Gold County Lord's terrifying attack was about to land on Yi Wushuang, an extremely sharp sound of wind being torn apart exploded in the air. As space distorted, a thin figure shot over like lightning. Then he firmly reached out to hug the white-clothed youth who was falling at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Boom! The Sky Gold County Lord's terrifying attack instantly landed on the thin figure, instantly erupting with an earth-shaking energy wave that destroyed everything. However, the thin figure was like a mountain, unmoving. When the terrifying storm dissipated, all the gazes in the world landed on the thin figure. That's following the tsunami-like exclamations. Only then did everyone realize that the thin figure was a man. The man carried Yi Wuxuang in his arms. His body was not strong, but he blocked all the attacks for the young man in his arms. Chapter 1289. Whoosh! Looking at the thin figure that had suddenly appeared, uproars rose and fell in succession in that moment. The other party had actually blocked all of the Sky Gold County Lord's terrifying attacks. The most shocking thing was that he was completely unharmed. At the same time, the expressions of the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two changed as they stared fixedly at the thin figure. Who is he? Yi Wentian was overjoyed, but he was even more puzzled. Why did he accept that young friend? At that moment, the seemingly unconscious young man in Yi Chen's arms moved slightly. He opened his eyes and looked at the man before him. At the next moment, his body stiffened, and his almost dim eyes suddenly brightened, like a shooting star blooming. Even with his indifferent personality, an indescribable bitterness surged into his heart at this moment. "Big brother!" An extremely short word came out of his mouth, but it was dragged out with an extremely long and excited tremble. He had wanted to see the person before him countless times. For this reason, he had killed his way into the Tianfeng Sea area alone, wanting to kill the great Li dynasty's emperor, Shang Wudao, to avenge the former. For this reason, he did not hesitate to become enemies with the great Yin dynasty's emperor, Xianming. Yi Chen lowered his head slightly and looked at the pale young man in his arms. Endless guilt surged in his eyes. "Wuxuang, big brother, is here!" A smile appeared on the young man's pale face. This time, Wuxuang doesn't want to be separated from big brother. "All right, I promise you." Yi Chen suppressed the bitterness and guilt in his heart and nodded heavily. Then he carried him and slowly landed on the ground. Boom! At the same time, a peerless bird tore through the air and descended with the black ape. Giant Ape King? The moment they saw the giant black ape, a faint commotion broke out from the originally frozen crowd. Clearly, they recognized the giant black ape's identity. Even the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two were no exception. "Take care of my brother. If he loses even a strand of hair, I'll destroy your soul." Yi Chen handed Wuxuang to the black ape slowly after injecting a trace of true origin energy into his body. His voice revealed endless coldness. "Yes, master." The black ape accepted it respectfully. However, as soon as the two of them finished speaking, waves of shock were stirred up. This person was Yi Wuxuang's elder brother. If Yi Wuxuang was already so terrifying, how powerful would his brother be? "This person is little friend Ye's older brother?" Yi Wentian was stunned when he heard this. At that moment, countless people felt their scalps go numb. The giant black ape's words shocked them. One of the 5 saints of the Sky Demon Country, the giant Ape King, actually called him master? Moreover, his words and actions were so respectful, and he considered himself a servant. "Who are you?" At that moment, the Sky Gold Countess and the other two stared intently at Yi Chen. Their instincts told them that Yi Chen was not as simple as he seemed. Yi Chen turned around slowly as the three of them watched. His initially calm face turned extremely terrifying. "You deserve to die for hurting my brother." After he finished speaking, he took a step forward, directly heading towards the Sky Gold County Lord and the other two. Killing intent filled the entire space. Impudent, the Skywood County Lord's expression changed. "Since you are that brat's elder brother, you won't be able to live either." Boom! He suddenly activated the heavenly wood orb above his head. Instantly, countless giant trees appeared in the air. They were like divine pillars that reached the sky as they pressed down on Yi Chen. "What can a mere wood spirit orb do to me?" Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. Then he activated his true origin energy and formed a seal with both hands. He grabbed at the heavenly wood orb through the air. Under the Skywood County Lord's terrified gaze, his heavenly wood orb broke free from his control and shot toward Yi Chen. In the end, it landed in Yi Chen's hand. Blurg! The Skywood County Lord's mind was damaged. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Yi Chen again, his gaze was filled with deep shock. You, that was the wilderness treasure, the heavenly wood orb, and it had been forcefully taken away by the other party. You're just a piece of trash who relied on the wood spirit orb. Now that you don't have such a treasure, what's the difference between you and an ant? Yi Chen waved his sleeve. A rumble reverberated, and a terrifying pressure swept out. It whistled toward the former. Boom! The Skywood County Lord screamed as his body collapsed on the spot. His soul had just escaped from his body when it was crushed by the terrifying pressure. At that moment, the entire world suddenly fell into a deathly silence. He killed the Skywood County Lord with a raise of his hand. Where did this powerhouse come from? So powerful. Yi Ingluo was dumbfounded. Yi Wentian was stunned at first, but then he seemed to have thought of something. A look of ecstasy appeared on his old face. He's from the ancient, desolate realm. Seeing that the Skywood County Lord had been killed on the spot, the expressions of the Skygold County Lord and the Tianshui County Lord changed drastically. The Tianshui County Lord cried out in shock. Friend, let's talk this out. Go to hell and talk to the King of Hell. As he spoke, Yi Chen raised his hand and pointed. With a single finger, heaven and earth rumbled. A huge finger that almost covered heaven and earth shattered the void and landed on the Skywood County Lord's body with a whistling sound. No, the Tianshui County Lord roared. He did not even have time to refine the heavenly water orb and was crushed on the spot. In an instant, he had killed 2 county lords. Boom! The Skygold County Lord looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he activated the heavenly gold orb and tried to escape. Where are you going? Yi Chen grabbed the heavenly water orb through the air and turned around abruptly. He instantly leaped 3,000 meters away and appeared before the Sky Thunder County Lord. The Skygold County Lord's body stiffened as cold sweat flowed uncontrollably. Sir, why do you have to go to such extremes? He was truly frightened by Yi Chen's methods. Be it the Skywood County Lord or the Tianshui County Lord, they were both formidable figures who stood at the peak of the Forbidden Sea. However, they were as weak as ants before this person. When you injured my brother and wanted to kill him, have you ever thought that you can't go to such extremes? Yi Chen pressed forward step by step. His eyes were as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. No matter what you say today, you won't be able to escape death. Since that's the case, let's die together. Madness suddenly flashed through the Skygold County Lord's eyes. Then he frantically activated the heavenly gold orb. A terrifying aura surged out from the heavenly gold orb, as if it was about to explode. Faced with such a situation, Yi Chen did not use any fancy tricks. He only extended his hand and clenched it at the former. Ah! The Skygold County Lord did not even have the time to make the heavenly gold orb self-destruct. He screamed and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 3 county lords. At that moment, the heavens and the earth were dead silent. Everyone stared at the thin figure in a daze. Chapter 1290. At this moment, Tianhuang City was deathly silent. The 4 county lords had joined forces and gathered over 1 million troops to suppress Tianhuang County. Before this, almost no one was optimistic about the outcome of Tianhuang County. However, the real outcome was that all 4 county lords had died, and 3 of them had been killed by the young man who had suddenly arrived. How could everyone not be flabbergasted by this? Looking at the thin figure standing proudly in the air, the shock in everyone's hearts was so intense that they could not calm down for a long time. Who exactly is this person? With such heaven-defying strength, he shouldn't be so unknown in the wasteland. The most terrified were the countless tribes that had followed the 4 county lords. They looked at Yi Qin as if they were in awe of a god, afraid that he would slaughter them all. The giant black ape and the giant ape demon below looked at Yi Qin with even more respect. One had to know that the 3 county lords who had died in Yi Qin's hands were not weaker than the Sky Demon County Lord. However, they were as weak as ants in Yi Qin's hands. This person must be from the ancient, desolate realm. Yi Wentian stared at Yi Qin and gulped. Only someone from the ancient, desolate realm can do this. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly realized that Yi Qin's cold gaze had landed on him. His entire body stiffened, as if an invisible hand had grabbed his neck, and he was unable to breathe. Yi Qin looked at Yi Wentian quietly as a monstrous, cold gleam surged in his eyes. "Who injured my brother?" As senior, Yi Wentian's heart trembled. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and said, "Little friend, you was injured by the 8 county lords a while ago." Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by a cold voice. "Why can't you tell good from bad?" Yi Qin looked over and saw a graceful woman in black glaring at him with her phoenix-like eyes wide open. "What are you looking at?" "I'm talking about you." Yi Ingluo was furious. She puffed her cheeks and said angrily, "If not for my grandfather's help, your brother probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until you arrived." Before she could finish, Yi Wentian stopped her at the right time. "Ingluo, don't be rude to senior. Big brother." At this time, Wu Shuang's weak voice came from the ground. "Don't misunderstand old Mr. Yi. It has nothing to do with him." Yi Qin moved and landed next to him immediately. He held his hand tightly while golden flames flickered in his eyes. Several seconds later, he couldn't help but frown and say, "There is a trace of strange devouring power within your body. Was it injured by Immortal Palace?" The main culprit that caused Yi Wushuang's injuries was actually the devouring power. Yi Wushuang's body stiffened. Then he raised his eyes and stared at him. "Brother, you know about the Immortal Palace as well." After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly. "Back then, when Dixian Ku attacked me, Sword Exalt had no choice but to help me, which immediately alerted the Immortal Palace. Later on, when I attacked the Immortal Palace with my sword, I was sent here." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Then because I killed the foster son of the Skyfar County Lord, the 8 county lords joined forces to deal with me. Immortal Palace." Yi Qin could not help but narrow his eyes when he heard that. Then he said with a cold smile, "Recuperate first. We'll return to the ancient, desolate realm and settle the score with this so-called Immortal Palace. But my injury—" Yi Wushuang hesitated. "Don't worry." Yi Qin chuckled softly and said, "I'll help you get rid of the devouring power in your body. Moreover, you can use this opportunity to break through and rebuild." At this point, a pearl that flickered with golden light slowly appeared in his hand. It was the sky gold pearl of the Sky Gold County Lord. "This is the Xian Pin golden pearl." A smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. "If the goddess of grains doesn't die, it's called Xian Pin. The gate of Xian Pin is called the root of heaven and earth. This item must be a natural spirit pearl born in this small world. It contains the purest golden qi. It can be used to refine a treasure body for you. It's called the Xian Pin indestructible body." Before he left Barbarian Village, he had given the old elder and the others a cultivation method. Although it was also called the Xian Pin indestructible body, it was a process of accumulation step by step, and it was extremely difficult. If he had the Xian Pin golden pearl, he could directly refine the Xian Pin indestructible body in one go. If the goddess of grains didn't die, it would be called Xian Pin. From this, one could see how powerful the Xian Pin indestructible body was. Speaking of which, the Sky Gold County Lord was stupid. Although he knew it was a treasure, he did not know its effects, nor did he know how to refine it. He was stupid enough to use it as a treasure to fight. Otherwise, Yi Qin would not have taken it so easily. After saying that, he slowly turned around and looked at Yi Wentian. Old Mr. Yi, may I borrow a quiet room? Yi Wentian nodded repeatedly, of course. With the death of the 4 county lords, the million-strong allied army collapsed without a fight. Such a shocking change immediately spread throughout the wildlands. When they found out that the person who caused all of this was a young man, the entire wildlands was shocked. Sky Demon County Barbarian Village. The old elder looked at the news in his hand in shock. The Sky Demon County Lord and the other 4 lords are dead! Beside him, Ching Ching and the others wanted to say something, but hesitated. Grandpa, I heard that they were all killed by a white-haired young man. Why does this person look so much like Big Brother Yi? The old elder's body immediately trembled. He could not help but take a deep breath when he thought about the many things Yi Qin had asked before he left. I was right. Lord Yi is not an ordinary person. At this moment, the Tianhuang County was filled with great joy. Before this, they were almost in despair when they faced the alliance of the 4 counties. They thought that the result would be the destruction of the city and the deaths of their people. However, when they were at their most desperate, hope arrived with the appearance of that thin young figure. It was that young man who killed the 3 county lords with a wave of his hand, and the million-strong allied army collapsed without a fight. After this incident, they finally believed that there might really be gods in this world. In the inner city of the Tianhuang County, outside a quiet mansion, Yi Ingluo, who had taken off her military uniform, stood in the breeze. At this moment, her phoenix eyes could not help but look into the mansion in front of her. There was a trace of a terrifying aura there. Although it was only a trace, it made it difficult for her to breathe. After a while, she raised her head to look at the old man beside her and said, Grandpa, where do you think that senior came from? Why have I never heard of him before? Why have I never seen him before? He came from the ancient, desolate world. Yi Wentian took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He enunciated each word clearly. My Yi family might be able to return to our homeland. Ancient, desolate world. Yi Ingluo was stunned. Then she looked at the former in confusion. Grandpa, what is that place? Why have I never heard you mention it before? This is the secret of my Yi family for nearly 10,000 years. Yi Wentian's lips moved slightly. At this moment, the door of the mansion slowly opened, and a thin figure walked out. Chapter 1291. In the main hall of the Yi residence, Yi Wentian dismissed all the outsiders, leaving only his granddaughter, Yi Ingluo, and son Yi Yufeng. He then bowed to Yi Qin. Thank you, Senior, for helping the Yi family. Old Mr. Yi, please rise. Yi Chan waved his sleeve and gestured for the 3 of them to stand up. He said while smiling, I should be the one thanking you guys for this. Yi Ingluo was right. If not for the Yi family's help, Yi Wushuang would not have been able to wait for him to arrive. After Yi Wentian stood up, he asked worriedly, Senior, may I know how that little friendy is? His injuries have recovered. He's currently in closed-door cultivation. He'll definitely come out in 3 to 7 days. Yi Qin chuckled softly and said, My surname is Yi and my name is Qin. I have the same surname as Old Master Yi. You can just call me by my name. As soon as he said that, the 3 of them were shocked. Yi Wentian looked at him in disbelief. Senior, your surname is Yi too? He seemed to have thought of something after saying that. He suddenly clasped his fists at Yi Qin. May I ask if Senior is from the ancient desolate realm? As his voice fell, the entire hall suddenly became silent. Yi Ingluo and Yi Yufeng both had blank expressions on their faces. Only Yi Wentian looked at Yi Qin calmly. Yi Qin nodded lightly and said when he met his gaze, That's right. I'm indeed from the ancient, desolate realm. Senior, do you know Yi Dongli? Yi Wentian asked again. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly when he said that. I do, but it was after he died. What? The Eastly Emperor is dead? Yi Wentian's body trembled violently when he heard that, as if he had been struck by lightning. Then he fell heavily to the ground. Yi Ingluo subconsciously wanted to help him up. "Grandpa, don't help me." Unexpectedly, Yi Wentian suddenly burst into tears and kowtowed heavily. "Ancestor Dongli, you finally died, Ancestor?" Yi Chen's eyes focused. He looked at him in surprise again. "You're Yi Dongli's descendant?" Not only him, but even Yi Ingluo and Yi Yufeng were shocked, as if this was the first time they had heard of this matter. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Wentian's tears streamed down his face as he said, "That's right, this old man is indeed a descendant of the Eastly Emperor Lord, and the Yi clan of the Wildlands is also a descendant of the Eastly Emperor Lord." "Father, what's going on?" Yi Yufeng couldn't help but ask. "And who is the Eastly Sovereign Lord?" Yi Wentian looked up at the father and daughter and said slowly, "Yufeng, the Yi clan didn't come from this world. We came from the ancient barren world, and the ancestor of the Yi clan is Yi Dongli. Back then, the Dongli Emperor conquered the ancient barren world alone and brought glory to the Yi family. But later, the Dongli ancestor suddenly asked us to move to this barren land." His aged face was filled with sorrow. "My Yi clan has also followed the instructions of Ancestor Dongli and lived in the wildlands for nearly 10,000 years. At this point, he could not help but cry. At that time, I had just passed the ceremony of adulthood. All these years, I had been thinking about returning to the ancient barren world to follow Ancestor Dongli. Who would have thought that Ancestor Dongli would..." Yi Ingluo and her father felt their minds shake when they heard this. It was as if they could not accept this reality for a moment. Yi Chen watched the scene quietly. There were ripples on his calm face. If Yi Dongli was really the ancestor of the Yi family, wouldn't that mean that the three of them were related to him by blood? Yi Wentian took a deep breath in and stared at Yi Chen. "May I ask, Senior, why did the ancestor die?" Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "I once heard from the head of the self-learning palace, Kuyunzi, that Yi Dongli died at the hands of the immortal palace." "Kuyunzi!" Yi Wentian was stunned at first when he heard that. Then he snorted coldly and said, "When I was young, I heard that this person had a close relationship with the ancestor. However, the two of them fell out for some reason. The ancestor's death is definitely related to him. As for this immortal palace, I've also heard that this existence surpasses the secular world. Even Ancestor Dongli is extremely afraid of it." As he said that, he suddenly knelt before Yi Chen. "Senior, please help my family return to the ancient barren world. 10,000 years ago, when the Yi family migrated, Yi Dongli had left a prophecy that someone with the surname Yi would lead the Yi family out of the Forbidden Sea and back to the ancient barren world 10,000 years later. Initially, Yi Wentian suspected that it was Yi Wushuang. However, he no longer had any doubts after Yi Chen appeared." Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "To be honest, I don't know how to leave this place at the moment." Although Ing said that he would be able to find a way to leave the Forbidden Sea if he found the ghost ship was now related to the end of the darkness. That was why he did not say anything. Yi Wentian's expression changed a few times when he heard that. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said to Yi Chen, "I might have a way. Please follow me, Senior." He walked out of the hall first. After saying that, Yi Chen followed immediately. In the Yi family's ancestral temple, a huge statue stood in the middle of the solemn and huge square. The statue seemed to be a man who exuded a dignified aura without being angry. No one dared to look at him directly. Yi Dongli? Yi Chen looked at the statue and realized that the former was very similar to the Yi Dongli he had seen before, both in appearance and temperament. "Senior," Yi Wentian pointed at the statue's eyes and said in a deep voice, "Before we left back then, the Eastly Emperor gave this to our Yi family. He said that he wanted us to give it to the fated person." He could not help but glance at Yi Chen. "This secret has been guarded by our Yi family for 10,000 years. It seems like this fated person is Senior." "Eyeballs?" Yi Chen squinted and leaped. He landed on the statue's shoulder directly and looked at the latter's eyes quietly. In the statue's eyes there was a pair of fluorescent stones that were glowing with treasure. The fluorescent stones were only the size of eggs, and there seemed to be a mysterious liquid flowing in them. Barrier stone. At that moment, Yi Chen's expression changed. To be precise, he was shocked. It was because the pair of eyeballs in Yi Dongli's statue was one of the main materials for refining the astrolabe, the barrier stone. The so-called fixed star plate was a rare object used to determine spatial coordinates. With this object, he could find spatial nodes and use them to travel through space. The effect of this item was much stronger than the teleportation formation. However, the materials needed to refine the astrolabe were extremely rare, especially the barrier stone. It was rare even in the resource-rich cultivation world. Therefore, Yi Chen had never thought of refining the astrolabe. He did not expect to encounter the barrier stone here. Moreover, he had obtained it from Yi Dongli's statue. Thinking to this point, he could not help but have a huge change in his speculation about Yi Dongli's identity. Yi Dongli, who exactly are you? Why do you even have something as rare as the barrier stone? Moreover, you prepared it in advance. You predicted that I would come and specially left it for the two of you to pass it to me. P.S. There are only 2 chapters today. The epidemic has been lifted. I'm on a business trip. Please understand. Chapter 1292. Several days passed, but Yi Wushuang was still in closed-door cultivation. No one from the Yi family dared to disturb them. However, every time Yi Wentian and the others looked towards the secret chamber where the former was cultivating in, their eyes were filled with shock. Sword shadows. The sky was filled with sword shadows that enveloped the entire secret chamber. Even the countless flowers and trees outside the Yi family mansion were faintly releasing traces of sword intent. Yi Chen was waiting, with a treasure like the mystic beauty golden bead. Once Wu Shuang came out of closed-door cultivation, he would no longer have any weaknesses. On the 5th day, Yi Wentian walked in quickly. Mr. Yi, all the materials you want are here. Dark cold stone, spirit horn sand, sulfur flame branch. Yi Chen immersed his divine consciousness into the storage ring that Yi Wentian passed to him. He could not help but reveal joy in his eyes. After obtaining the transcending stone from Yi Dongli's statue's eye, he had the idea of refining a fixed astrolabe. Thus, he recorded the rest of the materials in a jade slip for Yi Wentian to collect. As long as he could make the time-fixing plate, he would be able to return to the ancient barren world. Yi Wentian didn't have much hope at first, but he didn't expect that there would be so many precious materials in the Forbidden Ocean. Yi Wentian managed to gather all the materials needed to refine the astrolabe. With this, he could begin to refine the fixed astrolabe. Thinking of this, he could not help but look at Yi Wentian and sincerely said, "Elder Yi, thank you for your help." "Mr. Yi, you're too kind." Yi Wentian could not help but shake his head. "If it wasn't for you, my Yi family of Heaven Wasteland Province would have been destroyed. Furthermore, you are the person in Ancestor Dong Li's prophecy. My Yi family will do our best to help you." Yi Dongli, Yi Chen secretly frowned. Just as he was about to say something, the door to the hall was suddenly pushed open, and he walked in. Seeing this, Yi Wentian immediately retreated. Ing glanced at Yi Chen expressionlessly and went straight to the point. "When are you going to the end of the darkness with me?" However, Yi Chen shook his head. Ying's face darkened. Surprised, he asked, "Don't you want to go back to the ancient barren world?" "Don't forget, the ghost ship is at the end of the darkness." "Of course I want to return to the ancient barren world." Yi Chen chuckled softly and looked at him wryly. "However, I've found a better way to leave now. As for the end of the darkness, I don't want to get involved." Before this, he planned to explore the end of the darkness with Ingong, but now he didn't need it anymore. "You." Ying's eyes turned cold immediately. Clearly, she did not expect Yi Chen to find a better way. "You don't have to try to persuade me." Yi Chen looked at him steadily. "If I'm not mistaken, your avatar is suppressed at the end of the darkness, right? You're trying to get me to help you rescue your avatar." As soon as this was said, Ying's eyes suddenly flashed imperceptibly, but he still said calmly, "It seems that you still don't believe me. When did you ever trust me?" Yi Qin was not mad at all. Instead, he said with a wry smile, "So, go ahead if you want to go to the end of the darkness." Yi Qin did not know what was at the end of the darkness, but he could guess that Ying's avatar must be suppressed there. How could a place that could suppress the avatar of an ancient emperor be an ordinary place? He was not afraid, but now that he had gathered all the materials for the time-fixing compass, the most important thing was to return to the ancient barren world to see his parents and daughter as soon as possible. There was no need for him to cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Qin could not controlling. After all, he was the evil body of an ancient emperor. How could he be willing to be under someone else? Since that was the case, the only thing Yi Qin could do was not to interfere in his matters. "Mad Southern Yi, you've missed a great opportunity." Ying looked at him deeply. "Since you don't need it, then I'll go get it myself. I just hope that you won't regret it in the future." He turned around and left after saying that. Yi Qin watched him leave. He narrowed his eyes and said, "No matter how great the opportunity is, it's too insignificant in front of my family and finding Yu Han and her daughter as soon as possible." That day, Yi Qin ordered the Yi family not to disturb him. Then he entered the Yi family's ancestral temple and began closed-door cultivation. The giant black ape, Yi Wentian, and the rest sent many powerhouses to guard the ancestral temple. In the quiet room, Yi Chen sat cross-legged and stared at the 7 pearls in his hand. They were the treasures of the 7 county lords when they were alive. There's indeed a big secret in the Forbidden Ocean. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. A mere cage actually gave birth to 9 innate spirit pearls. I can use any one of them to cultivate a divinity or devour it to increase my cultivation base. For example, the wood spirit pearl of the Skywood County Lord. It contains extremely terrifying wood attribute, spiritual energy. He fixed his gaze on the wood spirit pearl. If I absorb it, I can recover the true origin energy in my body. I can even take another step forward and step into the intermediate stage, soul formation stage. There's also this void flame spirit pearl. It can refine the unique divinity of the master of the fire territory in the cultivation world, burning heaven and melting earth hand. There's also this origin thunder spirit pearl. It can refine the cultivation world's thunder spirit sex ultimate divinity, heavenly thunder god destruction palm. Yi Qin glanced at the 8 pearls one by one. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and sucked. He absorbed the wood spirit pearl into his body and began refining it. Time passed bit by bit. On the 3rd day of Yi Chen's closed-door cultivation, a huge change happened in the Forbidden Ocean. The Yin Mountain, which was known as the Forbidden Land of the Forbidden Ocean, experienced a shocking upheaval. Someone saw a figure that looked like an ancient demon lord rising into the sky from the Yin Mountain. The figure roared, causing the mountains and rivers of the Forbidden Ocean to collapse and the sea to be destroyed. Countless stone statues, which were situated in various corners, flew through the air. They were all rushing towards Yin Mountain. "Ha ha ha, I've escaped. I, the hegemon Sword Venerable, sealed my body and 6 senses and turned into a stone statue. After 10,000 years of silence, I've finally been reborn today. Ku Yunzi Immortal Palace, just you wait. If I don't destroy you in this life, I, the immortal heavenly venerable, swear that I'm not human. May I ask the immortals in the heavens, who dares to come to this world? Kill, kill, kill. Kill Jixiao Academy. Kill that hypocrite Ku Yunzi and destroy the immortal palace." Countless thunderous voices reverberated in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean at almost every moment, causing countless people to tremble. Tianhuang Province in the main hall. 6 stone statues have been resurrected in the Sky Demon County, for in the Skywood County, and 7 in the Sky Gold County. Yi Yingluo and Yi Yufeng reported the shocking news with a horrified expression. Yi Wentian's expression changed again and again, What exactly happened? Why did so many stone statues resurrect in one night? Father, my subordinates have come to report. Yi Yufeng stammered, there are also 4 stone statues in my Tianhuang province. They are actually talking through the air, and there are faint signs of resurrection. At this moment, the entire Yi family's main hall shook violently. Then, an ear-piercing whistling sound suddenly resounded in the sky above the Tianhuang province. Lord of the Tianhuang province, quickly come out and meet us. End of this chapter. Chapter 1293. The voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens, rumbling in every corner of Heaven Desolate City, causing a commotion in the entire city. Yi Wentian, who was in the great hall of the Yi clan, immediately leapt out and rushed towards the source of the voice. Under countless gazes, there were several silhouettes standing in the sky above the Sky Desolation City, with terrifying pressure being emitted from them. Who are these people? Why have they suddenly descended upon my Heaven Desolate City? So strong, I feel that even Princess Yi is not a match for any one of them. Countless people in Heaven Desolate City stared at the figures in the air with faces full of shock and unease. The next moment, Yi Wentian's figure appeared in the air, immediately cupping his fists towards the figures, and said, I am the Lord of Heaven, Desolate Province, Yi Wentian. May I know what orders seniors have for me? You are the Lord of Heaven, Desolate Province? A skinny old man stood out from among the figures in the sky, looking Yi Wentian up and down with a sinister gaze. We have been in a deep sleep for countless years, and now need to recover. Hurry up and hand over the various elixirs and medicines of your Heaven Desolate Province. These words caused Yi Wentian's expression to change slightly before he politely said, May I know what kind of elixirs and medicines seniors require? It's very simple. The skinny old man grinned. Give me 12 sets of peerless medicines and 8 or 10 bottles of peerless heavenly pills. Yi Wentian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Senior, you think too highly of my Heaven Desolate Province. We do not have what you want, only some inner cores of savage beasts. Bastard! The skinny old man's eyes narrowed, before he suddenly slammed his palm down. Terrifying Yuan Qi undulated, instantly transforming into a giant palm that forcefully flattened the huge residence beneath Yi Wentian's feet. If you continue to be so long-winded, this will be your fate. The entire world suddenly fell deathly silent, flattening a residence with a single palm. Cold sweat continuously appeared on Yi Wentian's forehead. Just as he was about to speak, an enraged voice came from behind him. You've gone too far. Even if you kill us, we won't be able to get what you want. Yi Wentian looked over and saw his granddaughter, Yi Yingluo, walking out with a face full of anger. He couldn't help but berate, Yingluo, you can't do this. The next moment, the skinny old man stretched out his hand towards Yi Yingluo. Little girl, you do have some good looks. I can use you as a cultivation furnace. At that moment, Yi Yingluo suddenly found that she couldn't move. She could only watch in despair as the large hand reached towards her. Senior! Yi Wentian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately lashed out in an attempt to stop them. Scram! The thin old man opened his mouth and shouted like thunder. Pooh! Merely the word scram caused Yi Wentian to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind instantly suffered a heavy blow, and his face became extremely dispirited. He roared angrily, and just as he was about to risk his life, a cold voice suddenly rang out in the void. A few old farts who have been silent for tens of thousands of years dare to behave atrociously in front of me. Boom! As the voice rang out, the hand that the thin old man had used to grab Yi Yingluo exploded into a mist of blood. This sudden scene instantly caused everyone to be shocked. Who? The thin old man grunted, and his sinister eyes scanned the area as he shouted, Who dares to hurt me? Show yourself if you have the ability. Even the people behind him were no exception. It's that young friend Yi. Out of everyone present, only Yi Wentian was stunned. Then he looked towards a certain quiet room in the Yi family mansion with a face full of joy. In an instant, everyone was shocked to find that the sky was filled with endless sword qi. A huge vortex appeared above the thin old man's head. The vortex was formed from countless tiny sword qi, and it emitted a frightening power. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, a huge golden sword that was hundreds of meters long slashed towards the thin old man with the power of thunder. Rumble! As the huge sword slashed down, lightning exploded in the sky. Countless tiny sword qi sealed off an area of thousands of meters around the thin old man. At that moment, everyone's gazes froze. The only thing left in their eyes was the sword that seemed to be splitting the sky and earth. At that moment, the thin old man's body suddenly froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the huge sword that was descending towards him. He had forgotten to resist. There was only helplessness. It was as if everything else was incomparably insignificant. Ugh! The huge sword slashed down from the top of the thin old man's head like a knife cutting through tofu. There was no resistance at all. Bang! The thin old man's body suddenly split open, and he died on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight of this. Even the experts who came with the skinny old man had fear in their eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, a white-robed figure appeared in the sky above the Yi family mansion. His eyes were as vast as the stars, and the surface of his body flickered with golden light. An infinite sword realm appeared behind him, as if he was a god that had walked out of heaven. With his appearance, heaven and earth paled. Yi Ingluo stared blankly at the white-clothed young man, and her heart could not help but beat violently. Yi Wentian was the first to react. Then he looked at Yi Wushuang excitedly. "Little friendy, you've broken through?" Yi Wushuang nodded lightly. His deep eyes then looked at the few old men standing at the side in a daze. The infinite sword realm behind him swept out. Puffed, piffed, piffed. The four figures split into two one after another. There were no screams. There was only silence. Seeing this scene, the dozen or so figures watching from afar were horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Those were 5 emperors' throne powerhouses. Yi Wushuang looked into the distance and said indifferently, "Within 10 breaths, if there are any of you within a 500-kilometer radius, I'll kill you without mercy." The moment that was said, the dozen or so hidden powerhouses were instantly enraged. An old man in a Taoist robe could not help but say, "Sir, we didn't offend you. Aren't you being too overbearing by expelling us?" The white-clothed young man frowned and said, "You'll disturb my big brother." Be *starred. Someone flew into a rage. Even if you have some ability, you don't have to be so arrogant, right? Do you really think you're invincible? Yi Wushuang glanced at him, and a sword qi shot out from the void. Before that person could finish speaking, he was split into 2. Kill him. Not only did this thunderous method not intimidate the remaining people, but it also aroused the anger and ferocity in their hearts. Before they sealed themselves, they were powerhouses of the current era. When had they ever been ignored like this? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, over 10 terrifying auras erupted and charged at Yi Wushuang like lightning. And it was at that moment a huge palm print suddenly appeared in the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 1294. The palm print covered a radius of 3,000 meters like the hand of a fire god. As soon as it appeared, it melted the void. Following that was an extremely indifferent voice that sounded like the might of the heavens. Burning heaven and melting earth palm. Boom! As the giant palm descended, the space within a radius of 3,000 meters turned into a fiery domain. A palm print that was 3,000 meters in size appeared on the ground. The interior of the palm print was charred black, and not a single blade of grass remained. As for the dozen or so people, they no longer existed. The world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Then, under everyone's gazes, a thin young man slowly walked out of the Yi family's ancestral temple. The young man's white hair fluttered in all directions, and he looked like a true immortal that had descended to the mortal world. At that moment, a smile appeared on Yi Wuxuang's originally indifferent face. "Big brother!" Yi Wentian and the rest bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Yi." He had become stronger again. Senior Yi had become stronger again. That was the only thought in Yi Wentian and the rest's minds. That palm strike earlier had truly shocked them too much. Yi Chen nodded lightly. After walking to Yi Wuxuang's side, he sized him up and said, "Not bad. You're comparable to a mid-stage god transformation, Cultivator now." After saying that, he looked at Yi Wentian. "What happened during the few days I was in closed-door cultivation?" Yi Wentian quickly told him everything that had happened. Countless stone statues revived. Yi Chen's eyes flashed imperceptibly when he heard that. He then squinted and said, "Could it be Ying's doing?" Only Ying could cause such a commotion. However, what exactly did he do to revive all the stone statues in the Forbidden Ocean? At this moment, he seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze suddenly looked into Tianhuang City. "Why are you guys still hiding? Do you need me to invite you guys out personally?" Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 old figures shot out from the Tianhuang City. It was a monk, a Taoist, and an old woman. The expressions of Yi Wentian and the rest changed drastically when they saw the 3 of them. It was because the 3 of them looked exactly the same as the 3 stone statues in Tianhuang City. The 3 of them landed next to Yi Chen and bowed heavily. "Greetings, Senior. We have no ill intentions. Please don't misunderstand." The 3 of them had been hiding in the dark, so they saw everything that happened earlier clearly. At that moment, they were extremely respectful of Yi Chen. Yi Chen questioned, "Who are you guys?" The leading elder cupped his fists and didn't dare to hide anything. "Senior, I am the founder of the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall in the ancient barren world, Celestial Venerable North. Behind me are the founder of the Pure World Zen sect, Buddhist Master Bao Xian, and the founder of the Tai Ching Palace, Fairy Yuqing." Hearing that, Yi Chen's expression eased up. Whether it was the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall or the Tai Ching Palace, they were related to him and not considered enemies. He threw out many questions in succession. Why did you come to this taboo ocean? Why did he turn into a stone statue? Why are they all awake now? An hour later, in the main hall of the Yi clan, as Celestial Venerable North and the other 2 narrated, Yi Chen finally understood many secrets of the past 10,000 years. It turned out that 10,000 years ago, Celestial Venerable North and the others refused to be enslaved by the Immortal Palace and tried to defy the heavens to change their fates. However, they were suppressed by the Immortal Palace and were finally suppressed in this taboo ocean. The taboo ocean was a barren land after all, equivalent to a cage. The Immortal Palace sent all those who refused to obey it into the barren land. Celestial Venerable North and the others could not cultivate, so they faced the loss of power. They lived and died on their own. At that time, many emperors' throne stage cultivators thought of a way to turn themselves into stone statues. This way, they could extend their lifespans and preserve their strength, hoping that one day they could wake up. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stare at Celestial Venerable North. "So, the reason why you all woke up was because you sensed a great change in the taboo ocean. The vitality began to recover and the darkness retreated, so you were forced to wake up?" "That's right," Celestial Venerable North said respectfully. "If it wasn't for that, I'm afraid we would still be in a deep sleep. As for those who were killed by Senior, they were no different from us. Most of them are vicious and evil people. Fairy Yuqing of the Tai Ching Palace spoke at the right time. They have always been at odds with us. Now that they have died in Senior's hands, it can be considered justice and retribution." Celestial Venerable North side. "Those dozen or so emperors' throne powerhouses were the ancestors of the various sects in the ancient, desolate world. now that they had finally awakened. They had died in Yi Chen's hands. It was indeed Ying's doing. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked again, now that I plan to return to the ancient desolate world, I wonder if everyone plans to follow me back? The eyes of Celestial Venerable North and the others lit up. Of course, the immortal palace suppressed us here and made us suffer. When we return, we will not rest until we overthrow the immortal palace. Amit Ba, Zen, Master Bao Xian of the Pure World Zen sect pressed his palms together and said, Benefactor, we still have a few good friends from the various sects in the ancient desolate world. Now that they have awakened, they might be rushing here. Fairy Yuqing could not help but ask, Senior, what's the situation in the ancient desolate world now? Is the orthodoxy that we left behind still there? Your great purity palace has been destroyed. Yiqing glanced at her and told her everything he knew. These people were all at the Emperor's throne stage. If they were willing to return with him, they would be a great help. My great purity palace has been destroyed. Fairy Yuqing's expression was dazed, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. However, I have to thank you, Senior, for avenging my great purity palace. The next morning on Yin Mountain, Yi Chen stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked down at everything on the mountain, but his brows were furrowed. Ying was gone. This guy caused such a huge commotion, but he disappeared. Along with him were many awakened stone statues. No one knew if he had followed Ying. At that moment, there were more than 10 powerful figures standing below Yi Chen. Their auras were monstrous. If there were people from the ancient desolate world present, they would be shocked to discover that these people were all at the Emperor's throne stage. Among them were the ancestors of the North Sea Dragon Subduing Hall, the Great Purity Palace, the Hu family of Xianzhou, and the first founding emperor of the major dynasties. There was even the entire Yi family. Yi Wushuang stood next to Yi Chen and looked down at the dozen figures with powerful auras. He could not help but say while smiling, Big Brother will definitely change the ancient desolate world when we return this time. Yi Chen's heart was still burning. He lifted his head to look at Yi Wentian. Old Yi will go first. Guard the teleportation formation here. Once I arrive at the ancient desolate world, I'll build a teleportation formation. By then you can cross space. Senior Yi, be careful. Yi Wentian said. Yi Chen took one last look at the Forbidden Ocean. Then he waved his sleeve. A gigantic wheel that looked like a star charged into the clouds. As soon as the gigantic wheel rose into the air, it grew to 3,000 meters in size. Countless starlight surged on it, and it was incomparably vast. It was the star fixing plate. Let's go. Yi Chen gave the order and took the lead to step onto the star-fixing compass. Behind him, more than 10 silhouettes followed. Mom, Dad, Patriarch, my dear daughter, I'm back. As the star-fixing plate shone with great starlight, golden flames danced in Yi Chen's calm eyes. And Yuhan, I'll kill my way into the immortal palace this time and bring you and your son back. This time, no one can stop our family from reuniting. P.S. Chapter 3. I'm back from my business trip. I'll start updating tomorrow. The following plot will be very exciting. Please give me tickets. End of this chapter.